waiting for the buzz. Oh, yeah.
Now, you keep talking that shit about my fucking kid, and you annoying me and aggravating me, and I'm trying to enjoy my life.
Rolex on your wrist, a plain Jane.
Standing at the bus stop, sucking on a lollipop. Once she gets pumping, it's hard to make the hottie stop. Hottie stop, stop, stop.
You ready? All right now. This could be a crazy ride. I'm warning you now. The following video is broadcasting live, and thank you for being my studio audience. Thank you for hitting thumbs up and subscribing to my channel for more black news, celebrity entertainment, and a splash of controversy. What up and welcome back? It's your girl Jane, the plainest Jane, and we got some syrup to get into. Y'all know things are always sticky in Hollywood and in real life. And we got some things that we need to talk about. There's so much that we need to discuss. I'm like, can I even name them all? I try to put enough of them in the description box, okay? However, we're going to be talking about Candace Owens. I'm about to show you some really shocking footage. And I'm going to get serious because I give you this footage because I do find the footage. And I found what happened with Candace Owens going door to door. I do find it to be very concerning. I do. And I think there's a conversation that needs to be had. No matter how much you want people to vote for Donald Trump in 2024, you need to be careful about how you approach people. And so we're going to discuss that. Excuse me, my son just doesn't have any poop. But we want to discuss that. I want to talk about LeBron James, Antonio Brown, Dwayne Wade, the Good Morning America scandal, baby. Because, whew, it's definitely a scandal. We've got some trans folks, or really just one trans person. I can't say that this is more than one trans person with this outlook that claim that cis women are gatekeeping menstrual cycles in order to specifically exclude trans folk. Yeah. I want to have a conversation about that. YouTube removed my video about Kanye West yesterday. We need to discuss that as well. Howard Stern versus Oprah. What's going on? What's going on? Like I was saying earlier, I think I just mentioned the Good Morning America scandal is pretty goddamn juicy. So there are quite a few things that I want to get into, some funny stuff, some serious stuff. And I just feel like we got the right to sit back and laugh, damn it. Do we not? Do we not have the right to sit back and laugh a little bit? It's been a long week. It's honestly been a long last couple of weeks. Am I right, Leo? Has it been a long couple of weeks? You upset? What's this on your... You okay? You got on your kente cloth. You looking pretty woke. Okay. And you black, y'all, and he black, y'all, and this bliggity black, black. So one of the stickies actually sent this to the PO box. So shout out to the sticky who sent this to us in the PO box. This is a PO box if you're interested in sending anything that you would like for me to review, anything for me, anything for Leo, because I know a lot of y'all value Leo. What do y'all value me, child? But look, it's Saturday night. I want to sit back. I want to relax. I want to get into some things that are a bit more lighthearted, okay? As stated earlier, make sure you hit thumbs up on your way in here. Yes, this is my JasmineMadeIt.com cup. We'll get into some information regarding JasmineMadeIt.com a little bit later, and you can always use my code Jane for 10% off of your purchase. It is a Black-owned business. You can customize your own tumblers, your own wine glasses, and all that other stuff. And it's very budget-friendly and a reasonable price. You can either customize things or you can buy some of the things that are pre-made as well. So it's really dope. Come on in here, y'all. Hit thumbs up on the video if you haven't already. And look, let's just go ahead and get right into it because I really want to give you this information about Candace Owens. I find it to be gravely disheartening and honestly concerning as well because Candace Owens can be pretty ruthless in her own right. Come on in, hit thumbs up. We're going to get into this clip. Again, I always tell y'all, I haven't let loose with y'all in a little while, but thumbs up, have a seat on the bus. Shout out to everybody in the live chat. Shout out to my moderators. Shout out to my channel members. Let's get ready for takeoff. Let's go.
The plainest Jane. This is one of my favorite comments here. She says, I loves me some black, and she said, loves me some black news. She says, is it just me, or does anyone else get tired of seeing people that don't look like them delivering info about them day in and day out?
Okay, and we are back. If you aren't familiar with my typical programming over here, the Black News Bus that's what you want right now. You're on the Black News Bus and you need to pay your fare. Don't reach into your wallet. Just hit the thumbs up button because it's free. But the Black News Bus it's a social media stroll where we talk about things inside of the Black celebrity world, but we also talk about things in the real world that affect everyday people like you and me. And I always got some nuggets of Black excellence and Black history. That is what the Black News Bus is about. So real quick, I hope you're feeling all right. I hope that your mental health is intact or you've had some time to tackle your invisible problems. If you have not already, shout out to all of my new subscribers. I just want to say thank you to y'all. And of course, before I get into breaking down today's topics and viral events, because there will be several of them, make sure you subscribe, thumbs up, or down. Either way, I truly do appreciate it. But make sure you think critically and independently, regardless of what you hear from me and anybody else. That's something that I say in each and every video. Some people are saying that the cat always looks shady. I'm going to say his name in a second. But I got my water bottle in the way. Oh, no, I got this. That looks like a water bottle. What's this, my vitamin water bottle in the way? Oh, yeah, I got my vitamin water bottle in the way. But nonetheless, yeah, Leo does look shady a lot of times. And shout out to the people who think that my shirt is cute. Thank you. This is my Prince Purple Rain shirt. Okay, Leo, thank you for picking up a shift and coming in here, because some of these people only come in here because of you. And I'm grateful you get paid for being here a little bit. You want a treat? Do you want a treat? He said, let me tell you about what I want. Well, okay. Let's get my co-host paid. See, because I don't bring him in here when I'm covering the serious topics. When I'm covering Shanquella, I don't really like to have him in here because he can distract, because he's kind of a little moody. But now that we're talking about some other stuff, okay, he can come in. Okay. He got his little kente cloth on. Somebody sent him the... show the people when you're eating it, though, because they like to see what's going on. Put your head down so they can see what's going on. Put your head down. All right. One more treat. Oh, hold on. Okay. Just give me a moment to get the treat out and to put it in the view. Oh my God. Now go on about your business. Get down. Can you get down? Get down. It's not a debate. I'm telling you to get down. Please. Always trying to flash people down. That's not getting down. You need to move from right here because I got to move my mouse. Leo, move. I'm not playing because I'm on here on the live with the people. Move. You're in the way and I need you to move. Don't make me get... He gonna make me get ugly. I don't want to get ugly because y'all are watching. Leo, move out the way. Get down. You can't, when it comes to Black kids, you can't say, hey, can you do me a favor? Can you get down? Can you just do me a favor and get down? Like you gotta put the hey, can you get down? No. Get down now, because you gotta
You gotta dig down for the rasp. Lord have mercy. Woo! He's like, you're not talking to me like you really want me to move because I was asking nicely. He gauges it. He knows if you like, is you really serious? Are you willing to go down and reach for some bass for me? Because if I don't hear no bass, then you're not really. He's definitely a black child. Okay, I'm gonna show y'all I'm gonna show y'all something a little bit later about that. But nonetheless, Lord have mercy. Woo! This cat child. He got so excited over that treat. I needed him to pick up a shift because it is a shift when he come in here because he does provide a little something to the show. I can't lie. I don't think anybody can lie about that. He added a little something to the show. I just couldn't have him doing that when I'm talking about like serious stuff. So it's just like, okay, it's time to pick up a shift. Is you ready? He like, all right, I'm ready. I put his little cloth on him. He was like, all right, clearly it's time. Yeah, it's time to work. Okay. He made me dig deep down. This is Leo's attorney right here, Bossy Unbothered. Don't forget to tell Leo's cancer. So yeah, that's what it is. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into it. Bougie says, y'all in Georgia haven't voted yet. Herschel has 5 more women. Doing an interview to say he was a bad man back in the day. Child, ain't that a hot mess? I'm a child. So anyway, let's go ahead and move on to our first subject. And what I want to do is I want to get into this. I find it to be very unfortunate. I get it. Like I don't agree. I've never been one to agree with the approach, the rhetoric, the politic of Donald Trump. Right, Donald Trump. I've never been the one. Right. However, in an attempt to get votes, you ain't gotta be doing all of that. So I want to get into some actual footage that Candace Owens didn't think existed pertaining to the 2024 election. She's in an attempt to get people to vote for Donald Trump, and she's went door to door in efforts to get that. And she's been a little aggressive about it as well. I want to give you a trigger warning before we get into this footage, but I also want to let you know that you might need to adjust your volume. So let me give you about 10 seconds. You might want to adjust your volume because she gets a little out of control in the process of this footage that I'm sure you haven't seen anywhere. Please adjust your volume because you definitely will have to. Things get kind of loud. Adjust your volume, but we're going to get into some disturbing footage of Candace Owens literally going door to door in an attempt to get folks to vote for Donald Trump. Let's get into it.
Rolex on your wrist, a plain Jane.
And so why was Candace Owens being so aggressive towards a minor who isn't even of age to vote? Tell me why. None of us know. And to be that rude to a child, okay, who can't even vote, she's upset because that child didn't want to vote for 45. To be that rude, it's very unforgivable. Like, what can we say? A wild Candace Owens approaches a minor and argues with her and attacks her in an attempt to get her to vote for Trump. You know, the children, what about the children? You know? Then she can't successfully convert the child into a voter. She realizes, oh, she's not old enough. Let me move on to her mom. You know? Not right. It's not okay. I want her arrested. I totally want her arrested. Yes, I do. I do. Attacking a child like this in the name of your moldy orange 45, unacceptable. Insubordinate. That's what I'm saying. It's rabbit. Oh my God. What? And then she came back for more. You saw Candace after she approached someone who wasn't even of legal age to vote. Then she went after the mom. The mom didn't want to have anything to do with this 2024 campaign. And then she comes up for more at the woman's bush. Candace needs prayer. Honestly, she does. What we're going to do is we're going to... Who does that? I'm not
Who does that?
We're going to go to the bush and weep, and we're going to be right back. I can't even find the bush because I'm disgusted at attacking a child based off of your political gain for your master Trump. Where's the bush? I'm really sick of this.
It was gone.
Let me just go in the bush and weep. Let me just go in the bush and weep. I just have to go in the bush and weep. Really. I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand.
She's got some nerve, doesn't she? Someone in the chat says, what do you gain from that? Exactly. And that's my point. She damn sure didn't gain a vote from the daughter or the mom. She didn't gain a vote.
Out of pocket for that shit. Way out of pocket. What do you gain from that?
Here's what I want to do. Again, adjust your... I just want to play it one more time. It's the way the little girl was hanging. The trauma she caused this child. The child was approached and attacked by her. And the child was literally hanging upside down. the child, I hope, because mom has it handled, I can look at it in a way where I can be critical and let out an LOL or two, right? The baby girl is hanging upside down and mom says get in the house like 4 or 5 times. Just a lot of times, right? Don't quote me, right? I hope she gets some better listening skills, baby girl. But no, I really hope they get shots. But nonetheless, it's like, damn, like she caused a lot of trauma to this family based off of her unprovoked visit to these people's house. Baby girl was all the way upside down. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of that episode of Martin when they won that vacation on the back of the cereal box. And this is me as a news reporter. On the back of a cereal box, Martin and them won a vacation to Chilligan's Island. And Gina thought she saw a puppy, and Martin said, that ain't no damn puppy. And they started fighting that goddamn thing. That's exactly what this Candace Owens approached this household and other households in the area, I'd assume, as if she was a puppy, to get people to vote for Donald Trump. And it's not okay. I want her arrested. Let's take another look. Take a look at how baby girl is hanging upside down and how many times mom says, go in the house, go in the house. That ain't no damn puppy. It's not. Trigger warning. It's not a puppy at all. Wait, where's the sound? Hold on. I'm sorry. We need a little bit of sound because it without the sound, it could be a puppy, right?
Rolex on your wrist, a plain Jane.
Hey. Candace Owens has no right, and it's not okay, and I want her arrested. That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. It's not okay. She needs to stop. I don't know if I should get Tyra Banks. It's a little too early. Should we go to the bush? I think I'm just gonna get Andrew Caldwell on her. Because it's not okay. And then we're going to move to our next subject. How are y'all feeling? Has everyone hit the thumbs up button? Make sure y'all hit the thumbs up button. Okay, I bring you. Leo, what are you doing? Okay, and what's that? You just jumped in that chair and that chair spun around. So what were you trying to achieve? Are you working for Candace? Are you going to be evicted? Y'all pray for me. Let's let Andrew give us a word, and let's come back.
Y'all need to stop. Y'all need to grow up. Grow up. Tired of telling y'all to grow up. Y'all need to stop it. I'm tired of it, y'all. You ain't finna wear me out.
Y'all, what's really going on? All right, let's move on to the next subject. We're going to spend a lot of time on Candace knocking on these people's door, and it don't make no sense. Lord, let's move on to the next. I want to get into a serious story and then something a bit more light. We have several stories we need to get into today. Oh, God, let's get into the next story, which is serious. And then we got something that's literally funny as hell. So we're going to kind of do serious, funny, serious, funny. That's pretty much what we're going to do here. All right. This story right here, let me tell you, like I said, make sure you hit thumbs up on the video. It takes a lot. I prepared 2 videos for you all today. I'm asking that you donate any money. You can super chat. You can send a cash app if you want. Open for donations. But at the very least, if you ain't got $1 or $2 to give, just hit thumbs up for free, because that is your free way of donating to the channel. The next thing that I'm getting into, we're going to be talking about one person in the LGBT community who, it seems like the implication within what they're saying is that it's not just them that feels this way. I'm not going to paint the entire LGBT community with the same brush, right? Like, I'm not going to say all of them feel that way or that all trans people feel this way, because that's kind of like the vantage point of this individual. However, I will say that what this person is saying honestly doesn't make a lick of goddamn sense, but they think it does. And look, you know, it is what it is. So let's get into it. Like I said, make sure you hit thumbs up if you haven't already. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already as well. And let's continue on this Black News bus. This is going to be quite a bit of a ride. If you can't already tell, we finna sit back, laugh, joke, and I'm going to open the phone lines for you.
Hey, thanks for letting me keep you connected and in the know with what's happening in the Black world. Don't forget to smash on that like button for support and for more Black news.
Okay. So let's get into what this individual, and I really want to know what y'all have to say about this. And I'm going to play it. And what I'm going to do is, based off of however you feel, if you've got a good internet connection and you want to voice your opinion right here live on the show, please call in. Because what I'm going to do before I hit play on this is I'm going to drop the link so people can call in. Because I do want people to call in about this. I'm like, am I alone in thinking that this is bizarre, right? Coming at regular, what you call it? Assigned women at birth, right? I try to be so proper and remember all the different. Am I wrong for thinking that this is asinine to say, that this is wrong to say and borderline disrespectful to say? Nonetheless, let's get into it. I just dropped the link for people to call in if you want to. And I'm going to drop it a couple more times. Moderators, if you want to drop it, that'd be great. If not, that's cool. Listen to this. We're going to listen to it a couple times and let me know what you think.
Here's the thing. We understand what the patriarchy is, right? They created the patriarchy, you know, to put men in boxes and to put women in boxes. But the patriarchy is inherently misogynistic because women get treated like shit historically, right? And it's inherently transphobic. So the reason why period is so synonymous with bleeding is because they wanted to exclude trans people and non-binary people. Cis women are not the only ones that experience periods. end of the day, whether it's hormones, whether it's your body producing hormones, whether you're a cis woman and have to take hormones, that hormonal period is valid. Not everybody bleeds. And I don't understand why wouldn't you want to be inclusive? Why are you trying to gatekeep? And it's because most cis women feel like their reproduction is the only thing they can offer. They're a female. That's all they have. And that's kind of sad that you boil yourself down to your fucking body parts. Hello? We get our hormonal cycle once a month. If we want to call it a fucking period, we're going to do that. You're just a pick-me, trying to collect your bag, act a fool, but it's going to be expanded just like a lot of things in a society. And if you don't like it, you can go over there with the Republicans and your little cishet people. Hello? Here's the thing. We understand what the patriarchy is, right?
Sorry, I clicked the wrong thing. I didn't mean to click that. I didn't mean to click that image of Shanquella. It has nothing to do with this. Did y'all hear what this person just said? I really would like if one of y'all could call in. If one, two, any of you all, please call in. Let's have a conversation about this, right? Because anything that you say, any criticism that you have, anything that you observe, that you articulate, is gonna be deemed as phobic, right? And look, I'm gonna say what I gotta say regardless. But I'm never out here like, I hate them gay people. I hate the elderly. Ooh, it's never that. But some of these far-fetched ass theories and the mental gymnastics that come along, we need to listen to it again, because honestly, I had to listen to it twice before I was like, yo, are you? Period is synonymous with bleeding, because y'all want to keep trans people out of the situation. And I'm sorry, excuse me, what? I'm sorry, excuse me. What? What? Are you serious? Are you being serious right now? Nobody's trying to exclude you. We didn't make a choice. Us women at birth, us AWABs, us AWABs. We didn't decide that we want to bleed every month, but we can look anybody who was assigned male at birth in the face and say, you don't bleed every month, so you don't deal with what we deal with every month. That's not us trying to make you an outcast. That's not us trying to exclude you, nigga. If we could kindly give this shit away to you, trust me, in a heartbeat we would. Don't nobody want to fucking bleed every month. Don't nobody want to deal with them cramps every month. If we could gift that shit to you, we would, but we can't. So for you to say, y'all are excluding us because period is... Huh? We're the only ones capable of this shit, and that's just fact. And we ain't, a lot of us ain't proud of it. We fucking hate it. Y'all just want it. What is wrong with y'all?
Here's the thing. We understand what the patriarchy is, right? They created the patriarchy, to put men in boxes and to put women in boxes. But the patriarchy is inherently misogynistic because women get treated like shit historically, right? And it's inherently transphobic. So the reason why period is so synonymous with bleeding is because they wanted to exclude trans people and non-binary people. Cis women are not the only ones that experience periods. At the end of the day, whether it's hormones, whether it's your body producing hormones, whether you are a cis woman and have to take hormones, that hormonal period is valid. Not everybody bleeds. And I don't understand, why wouldn't you want to be inclusive? Why are you trying to gatekeep? And it's because most cis women feel like their reproduction is the only thing they can offer. They're a female. That's all they have. And that's kind of sad that you broil yourself down to your fucking body parts. Hello? We get our hormonal cycle once a month. If we want to call it a fucking period, we're going to do that. You're just...
And there's the bottom line. If you want to call your hormonal cycle based off of whatever you done went through on the doctor's table, because your natural biology doesn't give you that. So you go through whatever you go through, and you just said, if we want to call our, let's rewind it, because I'm going to use these words, and I never hold my microphone like this. I never do. But this is one of them instances where I'm finna do it. I never hold my microphone because I don't like my microphone in my frame. That's just me personally.
And that's kind of sad that you broil yourself down to your fucking body parts. Hello? We get our hormonal cycle once a month.
You get your hormonal cycle once a month. Where did that come from?
Want to call it a fucking period? We're going to do that.
If you want to call that hormonal cycle a period, that was ignited by the doctor when you sat on the table.
You're just a pick-me trying to collect your bag.
And then you're calling natural born women, assigned woman at birth, a pick-me. It's very interesting how the insults can easily flow from people like this, people with this type of mentality and what they're spewing. And then if and when they get a returning dagger with the same energy, it's, oh, I'm attacked. Oh, I'm this. Oh, I'm that.
You're just a pick-me trying to collect your bag.
You're a pick-me.
Act a fool, but it's going to be expanded just like a lot of things in a society. And if you don't like it, you can go over there with the Republicans and you're a little...
And what does this have to do with being Republic or being a Republican or a Democrat? And then it's like, if you don't agree with what I'm saying about wanting to be considered a woman with a period, you can go over there with the Republicans. I know you fucking lying, brother. I'm sorry. That's not. I'm not sure. I don't know what this person's pronoun is, but I know you fucking lying. Politics, Democrat and Republican, us saying, look, we was born with this burden. Because a lot of us feel like the Aunt Flo burden of the menstrual situation, it's a burden. It's ugly. You've got to pick. Right, Leo. That's what I'm saying. Making it political.
Little cishet people. Hello? Here's the thing. We understand.
And so it's
what the patriarchy is, right?
And so if we disagree with this individual here, we're Republican and we can go sit with the Republican. Like, this has nothing to do with politics. You mixed your desire with wanting to be considered a woman with no questions asked. And then it's not even that, because it's not that we won't consider you to be a woman. You want to be included in the individuals who have a menstrual. Like, what a weird ass club to bust into while disrespecting the women that naturally have it. Nigga, we don't want this shit. Exactly, Leo. If we could give this shit up in a heartbeat, we would. But we can't. But for you to say, y'all make periods synonymous with bleeding because y'all want to exclude trans people. Y'all in this lackluster ass reverse psychology in order to get into the women's club is bullshit. It's bullshit. You don't bleed every month. While men do experience moody moments and moody times and moody time periods, and I hate to call you a man, but if you're assigned a male at birth, you were born with a penis and some testicles and shit. Now all of a sudden, people who are assigned women at birth who are born with a vagina are all of a sudden gatekeeping periods to exclude you all who want to mutilate yourselves to become a woman. Be for fucking real. Be for real. Something's wrong and y'all need some motherfucking help. Honestly, only the people who think like this. Be for fucking real. I really hope y'all get the help y'all need. But to be bending all of these different ailments in society, oh, y'all, I'm going to get a little bit frank. Keep your kids out the room. Your kids should have been out the room. Oh, y'all coochie bleed and our penises don't bleed. Or when we cut our penises off, our penises. So y'all trying to exclude us. Oh, because y'all bleed and we can't. I mean, like, if you finna cut yourself down there, you gonna bleed too. But nigga, it's not the fucking same. And we don't want it. A lot of us want to give away our menstrual cycle and we can't. And a lot of, let me take that. There have been some trans folk online who have been buying tampons and even had sponsorships through the tampon companies, purchasing and holding tampons. Like, well, we're included too. That's why Tampax has been getting canceled. And I see we got somebody backstage. I'm gonna bring you up in just a second. Please don't leave. I just want to finish my thought. We've seen some of these tampon companies literally give sponsorships and campaigns to people who were assigned male at birth the opportunity to like represent, support, because they're trans women, right? And I'm never going to intentionally respond to somebody with the opposite pronoun, right? But to be having people who are assigned male at birth in commercials about tampons, it does make cis women and folks who were assigned female women at birth, it makes them a little uncomfortable because what the fuck are you talking about tampons for when you don't have that issue? You're never going to have that issue that we have, right? And if and when and ever you speak about it, you're phobic. Oh, you're phobic. Oh, the hierarchy is trying to keep us away. Y'all be conflating periods to blood so that y'all can exclude trans folk. Excuse me? It's the people who bleed who have to buy tampons every month and the people who have to show up to their job and show up to their everything else over and over and over again without the blink of an eye that really have to deal with the real definition of what a menstrual cycle is. Nonetheless, Auntie Renee, what are your thoughts? Thank you for calling in. Thank you for watching. What do you have to say about this?
First of all, I'm sorry. I have a cold, so I don't know if it's audible or not. But I just want to say I love your channel. I love your platform so much. You are the only person I have ever subscribed to on YouTube that I will ever spend $1 on to support. It's just, I don't know, the professionalism and everything just blows my mind. I love this platform, but I think the opinion that I'm gonna come with may be a little I don't know, unpopular, shall I say. But I was just listening to it and I wanted you to play the audio again, but I don't think you see my comment. Because I
Oh
was
no,
trying
I
to
didn't. Do you want me to play it again before you keep talking, or you want to give your thing?
no, it's fine. I'll finish and
Okay,
get
because
off.
I got it queued up. If you wanna.
Well, yeah, I guess if you want to, that's fine.
Okay, cool. Let's hold on. That's not the one. Hold on. It's not the one. It's the stream. Oh no, it's right here. Okay, cool. It is right.
Here's the thing. We understand what the Patriots.
And let me just say this: Troll Farm Buggy sent the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Oh, I won't say that word because I think that word is a bit derogatory, but I think they're referring to trans people and their definition of misogynist. And whoever disagrees with me in the chat, say something. Child, Troll Farm Buggy, you always out of pocket. But thank you for coming through. The trannies word. A lot of us feel like and or know that that word isn't the most respectful word, but thank you for supporting. Let's play this video and get into what our caller has to say.
Here's the thing. We understand what the patriarchy is, right? They created the patriarchy, to put men in boxes and to put women in boxes. But the patriarchy is inherently misogynistic because women get treated like shit historically, right? And it's inherently transphobic. So the reason why period is so synonymous with bleeding is because they wanted to exclude trans people and non-binary people. Cis women are not the only ones that experience periods. At the end of the day, whether it's hormones, whether it's your body producing hormones, whether you are a cis woman and have to take hormones, that hormonal period is valid. Not everybody bleeds. And I don't understand why wouldn't you want to be inclusive? Why are you trying to gatekeep? And it's because most cis women feel like their reproduction is the only thing they can offer. They're a female. That's all they have. And that's kind of sad that you boil yourself down to your fucking body parts. Hello? We get our hormonal cycle once a month. If we want to call it a fucking period, we're going to do that. You're just a pick-me, trying to collect your bag, act a fool, but it's going to be expanded just like a lot of things in a society. And if you don't like it, you can go over there with the Republicans and your little cishet people. Hello? Here's the thing. We understand what the patriarchy is,
that's what
right?
Okay. All right. So what are your thoughts? Because that was the clip again.
So from start to finish, he had me and lost me with the patriarchy part. That part was valid. He had me for the most part. The part that I mostly wanted to touch on is I think a lot of people are getting caught up in him saying like periods are not exclusively for cis hetero women. Which is not a lie. Like my grandmother has a hysterectomy. I don't think that her not being able to have periods or her being at a certain age takes away from her womanhood. She tells me all the time that around a certain time of the month, every month, like clockwork, she has some of the same symptoms that she had when she did have a period, which makes me think that, even not maybe from the standpoint that he's at, but he's not far off. Like, I don't think that having a period is exclusive to being a woman. And I never heard him say we until the end of the statement when he included himself in the period part, or she, I'm sorry, which is what's throwing me too. I don't understand. It's like he had me in the beginning and then he lost me and then he had me and he lost me. But the point that I wanted to make is that I do feel like that he is right on that. I don't think that having a period or having any of that is necessarily makes you a woman, or not having it makes you not as womanly. And I think we can all agree on that. I think we just have to look at it from a broader lens. I also agreed with him when he said that that periods aren't just for cis hetero women, because I think the point that he's making is that there are women, Black women, white women, whatever, that decide that they want to be male, but until they do that step, they still have periods. They are not identifying as women. So like, I think that when we hear that, because it took me a while too, when I was hearing that, I'm confused as hell. Like, I'm not grasping. I don't understand what you mean. But in the reality of it, I feel like that's more so what they're meaning. Now, what he meant with the Republicans and all of that lost me completely. But I just wanted to tap on the fact that I do think that there is some legitimacy in what he's saying. What she's trying to use it for, or what she's trying to back up with it, I don't know. And that's the part that I feel like can be divisive, because we can be on the same page with a lot of stuff and we can come to an understanding. But it's just, what are you using that information for? If you're using it to push the narrative that cis hetero women are bitter, or that we don't want y'all to be whatever y'all want to be, I don't think that's the case. I personally don't care what anybody decides to do with their body, as long as it don't invalidate me. I'm much more worried about the state of abortions in the state that I live in than whether transgender people want to have a period, think they can have a period, argue about a period. That don't matter to me. Like, I'm fighting for the rights that I have to fight for. You know, I mean, if they want to be in cahoots with me, then that's great. If you feel like you that much of a woman that you want to fight for my rights, then that's fine. But at the end of the day, like, I personally, whatever, I don't care if you want to identify as a camo, that's on you. But I just think that we should be thinking of it in a broad aspect, so we don't get down to the nitty gritty and then argue semantics and become like divided over things that we all kind of agree on. But that's all I had to say. I'm gonna go back.
I appreciate you. No, I want you to stay up here, and I want you to stay up here for a reason. I'm about to bring somebody else up. The only reason is because I need to let the cat out real quick, and I want to respond to what you had to say, and I didn't want to start responding before the cat start acting up, and I'm sensing a little bit of his behavior. So I literally need to run out the room for 100 seconds. But what I'm going to do in the meantime is there's someone else that is going to come up here. So I would like for you all to keep talking for at least 120, 300 seconds, whatever the case is. Okay. And have discussion. I'm still going to listen because I'm going to take my phone out the room, and then I'm going to come back and I want to give my thought, because I do have some responses to what you have to say as well. But I don't, just want to leave and it be empty. So please stay if you could. Do you have a little bit of time?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, perfect. Let me bring one other person. There are several people back here, but I'm only going to bring one other person up here so it doesn't get too crazy, so that the conversation can be had. And then I'll be back. We'll wrangle it. And then to the other people who are backstage, I see you, but we're going to have the conversation in a way where we only bring one person at a time up here. Let me bring the other person up and we can go. Thank you for coming on. What is it? A Lady 747. Thank you so much.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
Okay. Love you. I know you got to take out our man, Leo, so do what you got to do.
Sure.
But my thing is this fake outrage for clicks and views, or is this real? It seems like people with the most outrageous views have the biggest voices. And we do amplify them. I mean, what he is saying is absolutely ridiculous, but I know that there are people that feel the way that he does, but it is beyond common sense, if I can put it that way. But I'm mature, I'm older than probably most of you, and so I don't know. Maybe I'm out of touch, but what he is saying sounds ridiculous. And I don't think we should probably take him too seriously, but he's just a voice amplifying probably for 0.001% of the people who are transitioning. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, yes and no. I definitely think it's a clout train. I mean, we've seen careers be in the gutter and come back from nothing. I mean, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I mean, look at Bruce Jenner. I don't think anybody was really checking for Bruce Jenner until that, transition thing. So there's definitely some clout and likes behind it, definitely. But I think that this is really some people's hill to die on. Like, this is like the new, and people are gonna hate me for saying it, but it really is like the new civil rights movement. Like, these people are out here, whether they're right or wrong, they're out here making these points, and they have thousands of people who believe the same things that they do. That's why I was saying I don't want it to get to a point where, like, I don't know, like, we're arguing small things and then the smaller things get broke up into smaller things, and now the people who were agreeing don't even agree. Like I don't want it to be at a point where like, I don't know. I wish it could be some point where like we could all get to a page of understanding, or at least just mutual respect. I feel like, because I feel like he was unnecessarily hostile in the video to be talking to nobody. Like maybe I missed something. I didn't see if it was like a stitch to another comment or something, but that ending just went left. Like Republican Party and a whole bunch of stuff. It was giving misplaced anger. So I don't know.
So let me speak to that. That could very well be a way to galvanize the Republican Party against the Democratic Party, because they do that too. What do they call, like a false flag thing, where they make these really outrageous comments and then make it political, because it has absolutely nothing to do with politics. And so to throw that in there, it makes it's definitely, that's a good point you made. It's definitely a way to galvanize the Republicans, so they have another reason to say, look at these Democrats, they're for all this crazy stuff, totally. It could be that. And that's why it made me think. I made the comment, I said, okay, Herschel Walker, get your son, because before he turned against his dad, he was on that crazy stuff, like being very negative toward the Democratic Party. And he's totally, I don't even know what he's on right now. But anyway, that's where I think it could be all a political ploy. Yes, it's absolutely ridiculous. And we know, though, they are doing that. But when Jane mentioned that they are buying tampons, what are they doing with them, Jane? That's what I want to know.
It's literally, Tampax caught a lot of flack last week and a week before, somewhere around like a week and a half or like 2 weeks ago, because they gave to, and I'm not saying that trans women, right, people who are assigned male at birth, who end up transition, I'm not saying that they don't deserve sponsorships or the right or whatever, but to give two trans men the sponsorship to tampon, and they don't know the first thing about bleeding every month or whatever. Like it was it was a thing, in addition to this like tweet that a lot of people found to be problematic from Tampax. What were they doing? To answer your question, what were they doing to or about the tampons? They were making jokes that us assigned women at birth, assigned female at birth, they were making jokes that they thought that we would think were funny, and we didn't find it was like them. It was like I don't even have a metaphor. The jokes wasn't hitting. The jokes about them having the sponsorship and making hella money about an experience that they don't even know the first thing about. It wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. And they thought that they were telling jokes and creating awareness, and they could, give some LOLs off of that. So, I just don't. I wanted to get back to the point before, because I tried to let the cat out, right? But he didn't want to get out the room. So now he's in here, and we just going to have to deal with him making noise, or me having to pay him a little bit of contraband to get him to be quiet.
Leo is our man.
But let me get back. So, Auntie Renee, you were saying things about the stance of the guy that you felt like he was right about.
Yeah, so really mostly just when he was saying like just being able to have a period does not make you a woman. Like you should not just identify your womanhood strictly off of having a functioning uterus, which I agree with. Like we said, there's plenty, even in the chat, they were saying there's plenty of people with fibroids, plenty of women who have had hysterectomies. All of those women are still women. Like the fact that you're not having a regular period, or that I don't know, that I just feel like that in general is definitely a valid point, because I see that. I'm on a different sector of YouTube too. I be kind of in some shady like Black mama.
You be in the beast sector.
Yeah, I be in the trenches over there, but their mamas be over there doing that same thing too. Kind of talking about people's parenting and making it seem as if you haven't used your uterus to give birth to a life, then you have no
No,
logic or rhetoric to
no,
talk
that
about
don't
other
that
people.
the usage of your uterus has nothing to do with this. It's a matter of people who are assigned female at birth who bleed every month and have no control over that. That's it. That's
Right.
it. That's it. And so for people to feel like the conversation around it is excluding trans people or people who are assigned male at birth, who end up with pronouns that conflict what they were assigned with at birth. Nobody's saying that they shouldn't, but to say, oh, y'all be saying that, this period shit, y'all just want to exclude trans women. No, we have to have conversations about our period, right? And so I feel like what they're trying to do is, when you have conversations about the period, be careful, because we women too. So be careful about, and then they'll play semantics and they'll find a word, or they'll find here. You think that because you bleed every month, you're a woman. No, I'm just talking about me bleed. I don't want to bleed. It's not a luxury. It's not like when I'm talking about bleeding every month, I'm talking about a mansion and hors d'oeuvres and this millionaire lifestyle. No, I'm just talking about it. And it seems like they're trying to police it in a way where, you think because, period and woman, you feel like only because, and it's not. And it's like they're trying to police everything to make it. They're literally saying, y'all trying to exclude trans people because you're trying to make it seem like periods mean you a woman. And I'm like, for me, I'm a woman and I have a period, and I know that only people who are assigned female at birth have a period. Now, if I got to tiptoe around it in a certain way to make a trans woman who was assigned male at birth, who is a trans woman, if I got to do all that to make a person who was assigned male at birth who was a trans woman, you're asking me to do all this extra work, which is nothing more than word salad, to make you feel comfortable. And I feel like that's asinine. And I feel like that's a lot to ask a woman, when honestly, we're talking about a burden. We're not talking about something that gets us money, that gets us rich, that makes us more comfortable. We're talking about something that literally gets on our fucking nerves. Can you find me a woman out here that really is glad and proud to be having Aunt Flo? You could be wearing a certain outfit and you go in the bathroom and you like, oh my fucking God. A day where you trying to hook up with a nigga, yo nigga, any nigga, and all of a sudden here comes fucking Aunt Flo. This ain't some shit we proud of.
Yes, it is. When you hope and pray that you're not pregnant and you got Aunt Flo.
Pregnancy, no, here's the difference. Because let me tell you something. I'm 31 years old and I still want kids, but I'm still irritated and I still bitch and complain about my period. So honestly, a real woman, I'm not saying that you aren't. Here's me complaining in my own aspect, like how I complain in my house. I want a kid. And I want a kid within the next 3 years. And if I don't get a kid within the next 3 years, I'm done. I don't want it. But I will honestly complain about my period in one sentence and want a kid in the next. That's what some women do. So it doesn't mean that I'm not allowed to complain about my menstrual cycle. I'm not allowed to complain about my menstrual cycle and want a kid in the same sentence, because that's what women have to go through. Every woman that has wanted a child, it doesn't mean that they have embraced and bring on the period, bring on the it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that.
Oh yeah.
I still hate my period and I still want a child.
And it's your body. You get to feel and say and do about it what you want. To me, he's just bringing that misogynistic mindset.
It's misogynistic. Thank you.
To whatever he claims to be. Let me put it that way, because even when they transition, they are still trying to tell us, like, we have nothing to do with your transition, what you want to do. Why do you have to keep bringing us up in it? I mean, it makes no sense, except you're still trying to control women. And I will never call myself a cisgender whatever. That is a ridiculous title they created. I am a natural born woman. I don't even have to identify myself as a natural born woman, but I will. But I will never say that I am some cis crap. No, I'm a natural born woman. I'm a woman. And you can call yourself whatever you want to. But that has nothing to do with me. I just had to get that off my chest. Thank you, sweetie.
I just had a quick question for the both of you, and then I guess for the chat too. I don't know how to see the chat at the same time, but in I'm not trying to be like divisive or funny when I ask this at all. I really just want an answer because I know that some people are different, and some people, like you said, will tiptoe around things, and then some people are direct. So if you know, let's say we work a job, there's a male presenting person that we obviously know is a female, like we know it's a female. When you speak of or to that person in your personal life or to them, do you acknowledge them as what they want to be acknowledged or what they are?
I acknowledge them based off of if their pronouns are she, her, or whatever. I acknowledge them based off that. Absolutely, it's
Okay.
based off that pronoun. Now I'm not taking that far as to say when I say she, her, period, or da da da. It's hey, they say she, her, and that's what I'm gonna call them because I'm not finna disrespect them based off of their preference. The
Right.
conversation about periods is something totally,
Right.
different
No,
than the
I'm the
pronoun.
reason that I think that I'm asking is because so when I look at it, and I think that I'm only having like half of the viewpoint just because I'm not a male. So like I can't even fathom in my mind personally what it would be like transitioning to a female. Like I'm already there. I can't even put myself there to imagine it. But when I think of like lesbians or women who might be transitioning into a male, and then when I think about the period thing, like you were saying, it's completely bizarre to me that there's any male out here I don't know, like doing anything with periods. But if that the taxation on period stuff is insane. If they want to promote that and be a part of that, let them. Just tell them to be an ally and help us get them prices down. But the point I was making is I feel like women who identify as men, obviously, like I said, before they transition, they're still having periods. So I think that's a point that people are making, like I was saying about like you don't have to be considered a woman or perceived as a woman to be a woman that's having a period. Now, when I first got on, that was the point that I was making from that aspect. You enlightened me telling me that there's men out here hoarding period products. I didn't know that at all. So I don't
Yes,
have a defense for
it
that. That
was.
part I don't know.
You know what? I'm gonna pull it up as we continue to talk, but that's why Tampax, Tampax in particular, got a lot of flack because it's like, why are you bringing on people who literally don't have the ability to bleed and giving them like a sponsorship is it's things. So you're paying these trans women money, more than one of them, in order to promote a product that they don't even have the biological standpoint to even utilize or promote. It is a slap in the face, and that's why hashtag boycott Tampax was trending all for about like just about like 2 weeks. Everybody might not have seen it, but it was a thing. This was I can't remember the person's name, but this was the same trans person who called out Caitlyn Jenner for something a while ago. I can't keep track of the wars or whatever, but
Is it that white guy who like does those like I don't know, like kind of speeches or whatever where he talks to people in the audience about being trans?
well, I wouldn't say it's a guy because I wouldn't want to be incorrect, right? And use the
Oh, okay.
wrong what you call 'em. But you know what? I did retweet something. So if I search my tweets, I might be able to you know what? I used the term boycott when I did it. So I might be able to find it
When you're
actually.
looking for that, can I answer my response to Ani? My thing is, and that's a good question. I will not disrespect people, especially in a professional environment, because that's going to affect me. It's going to affect my work performance, and then who wants to do that? Um, we should always be respectful for people or to people. If your job, your role, even if you own your own business, calls for you to treat your customers by calling them whatever they want to be called. I will call you what you want to be called. I have no problem with that. It does not take away from me. It's this militant uh, um, front that they've been putting on lately that I wonder what is the motive behind it. Because what random people say online, you, me, what we think about these people, it has should have nothing to do with them transitioning and moving through the world. Um, but I do think a lot of this is a clout chase, and that's what I think. I think they're just blowing something up to get something started. Is it political motivated? I don't know. Is it truly because they feel disenfranchised? I don't know. But I think we're supposed to be respectful to one another. But when you start stepping over and trying to get a movement started against women, natural born women, because we uh, of our natural body functions, that's ridiculous. And that's what kind of gets me uh, like, really, what's going on here? It makes, that's when we do have to speak out and say we get to do whatever we want to do, feel how we want to feel about how our bodies function, and we're not going to apologize for it. This is ridiculous.
It is a shame that we have to apologize or tiptoe around our specific body functions because somebody and or certain people, it could be a group of people. It seemed like he was speaking for a group of people. I can't assume that.
Yeah, I always assume it's from a aspect of community. Like, I never assume that they're just speaking in general for them, because like I said, I don't know if you guys use TikTok or not, but I mean, a lot of the new social activists movement type of people are coming from TikTok. And I think somebody in the comments was asking about that civil rights comment. That's what a lot of people think that it is now. I mean, you got to think about it. People like Caitlyn Jenner, people who really push the trans movement, the LGBTQ movement initially were white men. That's why there's been so many strides, in my opinion, for them in the past 20 years. I mean, we went from people not even really being able to be gay in the military to you being able to be gay in the military. You're able to get married in all 50 states. I do like insurance for like a major, I don't know, retailer in the United States, and we have a contract with them. They accept domestic partnership when a couple years ago they did not. Like, you could not get benefits for your domestic partner because that wasn't a thing. But I think all these strides are because you got to think about it, like the civil rights movement was big for everybody. It was big for women, it was big for minorities. The only person who was asked out was the white man. They've been looking for a way to do that ever since, and this was their go-to, and I feel like it's been very successful for them. They've been able to do it, but that's what they're trying to market this as. That's why everything is a big deal. Now, me personally, I can only understand it, like I said, a limited amount. I have gay and trans friends, so like I can understand it from that aspect, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not that. So I'm just, I guess, more so an ally than anything else, because it's not my community. But I still definitely feel like that comment is true. And that comment was coming from Black creators who are acknowledging, like, oh, white men are really out here finessing their own little civil rights movement to get what they want, and it's low key working. I mean, they got trans men, white men, playing in sports with trans white women, knowing they won't win. I haven't seen too many Black cases of that. They already think Black people are extremely stronger and a whole bunch of other shit. And I know I'm getting off topic, but I say all that to say this is definitely, I think, a white man's game and tactic. That's why it's been so successful. I don't think it takes away from the individuals who probably really feel the way that they feel, who aren't trying to, be divisive and aren't trying to step on women's toes and just want to live their life how they live it. But they have to understand who the forefront of their operation is and what that looks like to the rest of the world. And it looks patriotic, like you said.
You got a point there. They will always find Black people like Candace Owens who will stand up and take the lead and be loud, vocal, and make a fool out of themselves for their causes. You could always find them.
Let me ask this question. Because it seems that the chat is actually asking this. And the question is directly to Auntie Renee. Apparently there was something that was said about the civil rights movement, and there are some people that really want clarity on that statement.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I tried to give it to the best of my ability. I don't want to regurgitate it word for word because it's not my content. Like, I agree with the opinion, but like I said, I got it from a major Black content creator from TikTok who was discussing the matter, who is also gay. So I think that they were giving their opinion. Like I said, I just have gay friends and stuff, so I can understand it based off of the level of my understanding, and that's it. But they were basically saying that the original civil rights movement helped, women were able to get divorces, women were able to get bank accounts, other people were able to do a lot of things. And so I think that for one, they were the only party that wasn't a part of that. And then there's a large demographic of people who believe that ever since then, due to the hits that they had to take, they've been desperately trying to get back ahead or get to a state where they too can, I guess, assert whatever they want or get whatever civil rights or benefits, whatever it is that they think that they deserve. I can't really put it into words because I feel like white men have everything they've ever needed. So what could they possibly need? Like, I don't know. But so they were saying this whole, even with the there was a conversation about letting kids go to Pride. A lot of people who were on Twitter
It's
backing
out of
that
pocket. It's out of pocket.
I don't agree. I don't agree with kids being at Pride. I mean, but it is what it is. There were literally white people threatening to go to lawmakers to let little kids go to Pride. I mean, just shit like that. That's something that they feel like is their civil right. Is it? No. Like, I feel like people should be able to do what they want with their own kids. You can bring your kids if you want, but making it a whole law is asinine. Either way, I say all that to say, essentially that's what I meant by that. They just feel like white people, or white men specifically, gay ones, I guess, are trying to make their way to the forefront, create their own civil rights movement, and kind of push everybody else behind. One of the main things they were bringing up when they were talking about that, like I said, was the fact that everybody benefited from the civil rights movement the first time, but white men, and that all the things that are like political and controversial now, like letting white transgender men play in sports with non-transgender women, and them obviously obliviating them in the sport, and then that being the case when they wouldn't be able to do those same numbers in their own category, like stuff like that. But like I said, I don't want to regurgitate it word for word because it's not my content. I can't even remember who it was to route you that way. I don't want to be that person, so yeah.
Okay, no problem. What I'm gonna do is, there's so many different people in line. If you need to drop off, I feel like there are a lot of people with different. I literally got like 8 people backstage right now. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring one more person up. If you need to drop off, that's okay. As I bring this other person up, I'm going to bring up this. It took me so long. That's the reason I wasn't disengaged in what anybody was saying. I had a tweet because it's like, some people don't believe what I'm saying when I say that there were some people who were assigned male at birth who were giving sponsorships from Always and Tampax. And I wanted to bring that up, and I finally was able to find it. So I just found it. I'm gonna bring that up as I bring the next person up, so I can bring the context of what I was saying up here. So I'm not bringing anyone down, but if you need to drop down because you got other stuff to do tonight, whatever, I get it. I'm gonna bring one person up, but as I do that, I'm going to bring up this post that I found that I had commented on literally like a week and a half ago. So let me go ahead and bring up Just Jay. She was the next individual in line. Just Jay, before you say anything quite yet, just give me 10 seconds to bring up the text that I have found, and we're going to go ahead and get into that. And then for all of the other people who are in line. We will get to you next. I see we've got Jamal Johnson and Taya Bug Jordan. You'll be next.
The following video is broadcasting live, and thank you for being my studio audience. Thank you for hitting thumbs up and subscribing to my channel for more Black news, celebrity entertainment, and a splash of controversy.
Okay. As we continue on with this conversation, wait a minute, we're on the wrong page. Okay, gotcha. Okay, perfect. All right, so this is the page. We've got Just Jay up here along with Auntie Renee. These are some of the individuals. And again, like, I'm not ever trying to like fade someone's situation or what they got going on, but how does it make sense? And how are people who are assigned male at birth supposed to feel comfortable or okay with a company who is giving folks who are assigned male at birth the opportunity to represent and to advertise feminine products? Like, we talking about tampons. If you don't, even if you end up having, here we are, because what is it? We after midnight? I'm gonna get a little bit. Even if you end up having a manufactured coochie, how can we, like, how are we supposed to look at somebody that was assigned male at birth and look at them as the regardless of, I get it, trans person, I'll call you your same pronouns. How is this appropriate? How is this okay? Just Jay, what are your thoughts about this?
First of all, this picture. Okay, listen.
This person also had beef with what's his name, Caitlyn Jenner. They had a little spat, but child, it'd be hard for me to follow all that stuff.
This is beyond ridiculous. Like, I'm trying to figure out where to start because I don't have manners, and it's you know, it's to the point where we're in a world where people are more hedonistic than ever. The boundaries are getting pushed farther and farther and farther, and not just with this, but in general. So my thing is, okay, at what point do people draw lines? I'm not trying to comfort anybody. Get that, please. That face just looks insane. See, oh Lord. Okay, so this is what and he looking at me. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. At what point do we decide, okay, this is enough? Lines have to be drawn. At the end of the day, people say, oh, I don't like labels, this, that, and whatever. Ultimately, history has provided labels to identify and categorize people, things, places. Like, all these things have labels. Okay, of course, you don't want to be boxed into labels. People have a right to do what they want, and it's not about people coming against trans people. It's not about people coming against LGBTQ, whatever the letters are. So, what is it, Auntie Renee? Yeah, I just want you to understand that, you know, I don't speak for everyone, but I know that PLAINESTjane is an advocate for the LGBT community. You know what I'm saying? She has friends. We all know people in the circle. And to be honest with you, a lot of gay people I know don't co-sign this stuff.
That was going to be my next point, but yeah.
They don't co-sign a lot of this craziness that's going on. And it was several points made in the chat about even the DSM taking certain things out of the book when it comes to diagnoses. We ain't no professionals up here, but it's interesting to me how I'm trying to say it as nice as I can, but to me, it's you know, at what point do we say, okay, this needs to be addressed with some type of therapy, some type of mental stuff. You do what you want to do with your body parts, but to force this what would you call it? Like this compliance from society and from mainly Black women. Because this is my thing with that whole something about the period or whatever he was talking about. Go bother them white folks over there with that and see what's gonna happen, because they're gonna run your Black ass out of there. And another thing, Yeah. These people that face that's up there, they will run his black ass out of there, because at the end of the day, in all communities there is segregation on some level. And so I'm sure some people in the gay arena, they still have to deal with discrimination and stuff like that amongst themselves. So it ain't like these white folks rocking with these black trans people like that. You know what I'm saying? All these people had a different agendas. But what I do find interesting is that a lot of the people in those communities seem to attack black women. That's what I don't get. What I don't understand is why you press so much about always pads. Why do you need to take a uterus off the motherfucking pads? What that got to do with you? This is what I'm saying. Why are you pressed about a period? Like,
right. And why are you saying that?
And that's the thing that bothers me. Why are you pressed about these things? Ain't nobody trying to tell you what to do with your life. And this has nothing to do, and I want to be clear as well for me, this has nothing to do with intersex people, because I think a lot of people are not aware of how intersex stuff works. I'm not a scholar, but I'm aware that there are 6 karyotypes that can result in a live birth. When it comes to chromosomes, you know how we got XX, XY. There's actually 6 that can come about and that can result in a viable birth. Many of those people that have different chromosomes, because it could be like XXXY, and it's all kind of weirdness like that, but those result in things like Turner syndrome and stuff like that, where you can see somebody who's a woman, but they have very masculine features and stuff like that. These are people that are born this way. But those are not the people
got
I'm talking about.
Hermaphrodites, which is a technical term. And then you got a term which it only refers to aesthetics. So I get it. There's a lot of, but I know that the term that refers to aesthetics, when you are kind of like this sort of chameleon, where you can appeal to either side or be taken as any side, it's androgynous.
Right. And sometimes those people are intersex. So when you use the word hermaphrodite, they don't use that no more. So the term is intersex.
Yeah, I never use hermaphrodite. Yeah. Honestly, it just sounds. Maybe it's just because I grew up in that era when Sierra was coming up, and a lot of people, she's got under, and a lot of people try to call Sierra. So I've always taken hermaphrodite to be disrespectful, but I do know that it's a clinical term for some people who are born literally with both parts. I just don't use the term often.
And so I just want to bring clarity in that regard. And a lot of people think that it's actually rare. And even based on the chat, I can see that many people think it's rare. Actually, there are a lot of people who are intersex that don't know. And they just go on living their life because, you know, they a vagina, they got breasts, or they got a penis and, you know, a scrotum. Prime example, I don't know if you remember Samaya Castor, who was in the Olympics years back. And she was an African chick and she ran track. And I'm talking about she was blowing everybody out the water. She was beating the men's scores. And so people was trying to figure out what is going on. Long story short, they ran a bunch of tests because they thought she was doping. She wasn't doping, XYZ. Come to find out she was intersex. So some of her inside parts that you can't see were male. And so that would account for the rise in testosterone and things of that nature. But she lived her whole life as a woman. You know what I'm saying? So I can imagine, like, for people like that, my heart go out to them because I can imagine the struggle for those that know. So to me, this conversation ain't got nothing to do with them. So I just want to be clear on that. But yeah, it's not as rare as people think. Most people checking their insides like that. You know what I'm saying? But this just the punching down on black women is just weird to me. I don't understand why people so pressed to have periods. And I have heard some of these people say, no, we have periods. At what point is this mental? Like, you finna look me straight in my face and tell me you got a period, and I'm just supposed to be like, okay. I'm sorry, the shit is weird. I'm
supposed to tiptoe around how I talk about it. I'm supposed to be told that y'all trying to exclude us because y'all think y'all the only ones that bleed. I'm sure you can bleed in your own way. Anybody can
listen,
technically
I'm
bleed.
really ignorant.
But I'm supposed to talk about it in a way that's so delicate enough that you know, inches around your feelings with marshmallows and to say that
Pluto's ocean is not rare.
You know
You
what?
can do your own
Here's
research.
what I'm gonna do.
not an expert, but you can do your own research. Pluto's ocean is not rare, girl. Anyway, like I said that to make a point. Do you know the 6 karyotypes that result in a viable birth? If you don't,
here's what I'm gonna do. I want to make sure I'm not misquoting, so I'm gonna play it one more time, just so because it seems the comments are getting a little spicy.
To put
the comments are getting a little spicy, and I'm not sure if everyone understands really the origin of this conversation.
Crazy.
So let's just play this one more time and listen to it, and we can break it down again, because I get the conversation may go a couple different places. People bring up different examples, and that's okay.
Here's the thing. We understand what the patriarchy is, right? Created the patriarchy, put men in boxes and to put women in boxes. Here's the thing. We understand what the patriarchy is, right? They created the patriarchy, to put men in boxes and to put women in boxes. But the patriarchy is inherently misogynistic because women get treated like shit historically, right? And it's inherently transphobic. So the reason why period is so synonymous with bleeding is because they wanted to exclude trans people and non-binary people. Cis women are not the only ones that experience periods. At the end of
for me, it's just like to say, let's just listen again. Hold on.
Historically, right? And it's inherently transphobic. So the reason why period is so synonymous with bleeding is because they wanted to exclude trans people and non-binary people. Cis women are not the only ones that experience period.
The reason why periods are synonymous with blood is because they want to exclude trans people. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Right, Leo. That's exactly what I'm saying. Exactly what you're saying as you howl at that door is exactly what I'm saying right here. We bleed because we don't want to. When we have conversations about our period, because when we have conversations about our period, it's not because we be wanting to talk. Oh, I can't wait to talk about. No, like we talk.
Look how his attitude says enough. It's the energy.
Exactly. Nobody's trying to exclude anybody. We're having conversations about a certain time a month, and it may be every month, and sometimes it may be every 2 months. It's not a thing that we can always, our bodies or do whatever the fuck they want to do, and it's not always once a month. But for you to act like we try to keep you out of the club, because that's the bottom line. You want to be in the club, and I hate to say it, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it. It's risky, but I'm gonna say it. You want to be in the club. I get it. Like you wish you were born a woman. And now you're trying to create ways to villainize us for speaking about some bleeding once a month. Oh, it's just y'all that can bleed once a month. Y'all just trying to exclude her. Like, nigga, if you want to be in a club, just say that. I mean, like, biologically, you're never going to, like, be able to be here. But, like, for you to try to make us, like, the villain so that we can speak more... You know what? When we talk about bleeding, which we don't want to do every month, let's just speak a bit more kindly about it, because this guy, his feelings, this person, I shouldn't say guy because that's not his pronoun, right? This person, his feelings are hurt by how we talk about bleeding every month. Let's just keep that in mind and speak a bit more different and think about the words that we use a bit more so that he feels included. Because God forbid he feels excluded, because if he feels excluded, he's going to make a TikTok about it. If you don't get the fuck out of our faces with that shit. Like, I even find some people that be like, I make valid points, right? And they be like, oh, well, you can see a watermark on here is from Libs of TikTok. And they're like, oh, that page is all about hate towards the LGBT community and blah, 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 blah. And so they ignore the message and say, oh, this video came from, and I've even had some videos that did come from Libs of TikTok, but didn't have the watermark. And they're like, oh, well, this video came from them and they hate us. And so they deflect from the whole point of the video to say, well, where you found this video was a place that hates us or whatever. And sometimes I feel like they take things out of context. Not all of them, but some of them. And I'm speaking about this one on the screen. Not all of them. And they be like, oh, well, if you taking videos from Lives of TikTok, it basically means that you agree with the hatred and the hate speech and the violence towards us because you're paying attention to such publication.
I'm sorry, but many of them are the biggest fucking bullies out here. It's ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous.
It's out of pocket. We can't even talk about the way our pussy bleeds without y'all clocking that.
They don't understand.
Saying, I'm not in the club of the pussy bleed because first of all, you don't have a pussy and your pussy don't bleed, and if it do bleed, it's because you're cutting it or you fucking something that's a little bit too big that you should be fucking.
I wasn't trying to take care, but you feel me? I'm like, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? My thing is come up with your own booty hole situations that could hold whatever is happening down there. That ain't got nothing to do with us. You feel me? They don't. Okay, we sitting here chopping it up, and I decide to laugh too hard, and then I got to go to the bathroom and change my situation because I got stuff going on.
Hello, they don't know anything.
A good point though in the chat. Well, I wouldn't say a good point. I'm still trying to figure out what Tay WI is talking about, but they say that we should speak on the trans women with actual brain cells. I'll say this, right? And
are they speaking as much as the people like this are speaking? Because that's the point. Because the only thing that is really getting here's the thing, and here's the let me y'all got me talking about something that's outside of what I've been talking about the last couple of weeks. I have this series called Issues Under the Flag, right? Issues Under the Flag predominantly, and I'm thinking about expanding the scope of that series. It's about the pedophilic nature of some people, and I do not think pedophilia is sexuality. I feel like pedophiles use the LGBTQ flag and identity as an excuse to abuse children and to have this predatory nature towards them, right? However, I lost my train of thought. Hold on.
The whole Issues Under the Flag.
Right.
And them, allowing this agenda to be pushed and they're sacrificing I won't say, to me.
There are other issues. Hold on.
Okay.
This is the fact. Some of them, there's no accountability in that community. That's my point. If there were people who were inside of the LGBT community really calling out the issues within that community, there wouldn't be a point for cishet, because that's what the cishet people, and there's always jokes about cishet people. There's always digs towards and about cishet people. They exist in this video that I have right here, right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's no accountability from LGBT community member to LGBT community member.
Mm-hmm.
So I get it. Some people may feel like, oh, well, this ain't the mentality or the thought process of all of us. However, what outweighs the people who think rationally and the people who think like this, they outweigh one of another. How many people in the LGBT community do you see holding another person of the LGBT community accountable? And so therefore, when people like myself and some others, right? But I coined the term Issues Under the Flag. I'm literally from the outside looking in, right? Holding the LGBT community accountable for how they allow pedophilia to just streamline straight into their community and hijack their shit. I don't think that and people love to intentionally be obtuse and misinterpret, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, you don't have a right to talk about our community. Well, we're talking about protecting the children.
Mm-hmm.
And even outside of that, it's like,
yeah.
When and where do y'all really hold y'all own people accountable? This might not be the representation of all people. However, we don't see people denouncing shit like this. Shit like this lives and it floats, and you don't see a person like, hey, this ain't right. The only people who are saying a thought process like this that I'm talking about right now ain't right are from cishet people like me.
Mm-hmm.
Where are the people inside of the community who are gonna be like, you know what, yo, chill. You're infringing on you're infringing on the, not even the rights, but the experience of people who unwillingly. When my mother and my father decided to fuck, I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice. I bleed because this is how I was born.
So. And I wanted to say too, like in general, him just being pressed about this period and this hormonal cycle is just weird to me. But very few, well, I wouldn't say very few, but generally speaking, many people don't understand the divine feminine anyway. It's more than sitting pretty. It's more than wearing makeup. The divine feminine cannot be harnessed. It can't be contained. And many people have this confused with just looking a certain way and acting a certain way. To be honest with you, typical, quote unquote, typical gay people I know, they just live their life. And
yes.
They just live their life like
I'm friends with a lot of them, and they don't do this sort of let's come against the women that bleed, because I classify myself as a woman now.
Right.
That's what I wanted to piggyback off of on Just Jay's statement too, because I also feel like the gays that I know in everyday regular life, they're not acting like this person is acting on the screen. Like the gay men that I know, even the ones that might dress up as a woman from time to time, very much still keep their facial hair, know they a man, and don't really care about being in the same spaces as women, even if they feel like they look like one sometimes or want to embrace that. But I also wanted to kind of piggyback on another part, because you played it again and I listened to it again. And I feel like tap back in with that civil rights type thing that I was talking about with the white men. This is what this is giving me. This is giving me, he just want to be in white spaces, because I don't understand, particularly, like you said, I'm still trying to figure out what his problem is. If he wasn't speaking from his space and he is not one of the ones that is, I guess, I don't know, saying that they have a period. I'm just trying, I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to figure out how he gonna be the patriarchy that he's speaking of. Like,
this goes back to socialized men. He is behaving like a socialized male. He is behaving like a typical misogynist male. This has nothing to do with a space of his, because as you already know, you have people that want to compete with women. They out here breaking folks' eye sockets and everything else with MMA. All of it's weird to me. Just create your own fucking group. If you want to be in the Olympics, have your own goddamn section. Because guess what? You're taking hormones. You're modifying things about your body that is not, quote unquote, exclusive to male biology, female biology. So this is why you have these people competing in MMA fights. And I'm talking about it be brutal. I don't even like watching it, because I'm talking about they be whooping on them ladies like men. You feel me? Breaking eye sockets and everything. All because they're a woman and they want to be recognized as a woman. So because people don't want to step on toes, hey, we're going to go ahead and let you compete. But this just goes down to the socialization of men. He's acting like a typical nigga.
And that's the point that I'm making. Like, how dare you be the patriarchy that you low-key speaking about? Because in all honesty, I never see women get up here, gay women come up here in these same spaces and be like, well, I have a strap, so you need to acknowledge I'm a man. And even if I don't make sperm, like, just say I do, like, type shit. I never see that from women. It's given men are entitled. Men just want to be in whatever space they feel like they want to be in at any point in time. And that's what that is. I don't think it even really boils down. I mean, it boils down to the trans thing, because that's what he's speaking about. But in general, that's what it's given.
Socialized male at the end of the day. So like with trans men, if you notice a female to male people that transition, if you ever notice, you don't hear a lot of melee going on amongst them, whether they white, black, or whatever. Those that are female that transition to male, I honestly rarely hear them carrying on about, you know, respect me as a man, this, that, and whatever. Because now you're going to a side where dudes is like, okay, you either have a D or you don't. And that's it. So they're not going to ruffle feathers. I have heard time and time in these spaces where these same people want to knock black women off their little square. We only got a little piece of square as it is. My thing is, go create your own fucking square. Why do you have here?
Instead of fighting to get in our club and being mad when we don't necessarily see you as the same of us, because, you know, if we're gonna be frank, if like if we're gonna be frank, you can call you. I can identify as a tree if I want to. I can identify as a cricket, an alien. People can identify as whatever the fuck they want to, right? But now we get into the point where people are changing definitions and playing word salad and creating these little like slogans and things. Well, I said I'm a woman, so I'm a woman, ain't I? Well, I mean, like I said I'm the president, and I said I'm in the White House. I said I'm the cricket. I said I'm the tree. Like you can say you are whatever. You can identify as whatever. It doesn't mean that you have that biological experience. And that's the main point. But now it seems that people, and please ignore the cat in the background. He's being very dramatic. He doesn't want to get out. I tried to let him out, and he decided to stay. He's identifying as a captive, but when I open the door, he identifies as somebody that willingly stays. So don't pay his ass no mind. The fact of the matter is, no. Honestly, the fact of the matter is, we are as people who were assigned female at birth, right? Identified as people who are like gatekeeping something. Nigga, if you want the period, fucking take it. The fact of the matter is, we can't hand it over like that. And now you're trying to make us feel some type of way for not considering you to be the same as us. And to be honest, you're not. Like, you're not. And it's not that we're trying to be mean. Like, this is science. Leo.
Quick question, Jane. Do you mind dropping the link for AOP?
I will. I do see. I do see there are more people, and I'm going to bring more people on this conversation. Seems like it's going to get juicy, child. So here's what we're going to do, and here's where we are in the stream right now.
Fussing. I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna just be fussing. At the end of the day, people need to create their own goddamn club.
Exactly. At this point, people are trying to get into a club that. I'm not Jesus, and I can't change your chromosome. Like nobody can. You can identify as what you want to identify as. And people will call you whatever they want. I mean, hello, we got the whole Dwayne Wade and Zaya Wade. We're gonna call Zaya what Zaya want to be called, right? But we can't change what's in there. And like that's just where it is,
though. Because soon as they get in the club, they gonna A-Town stomp your ass soon as they get the chance. And that's the part where they like, oh, this is an alliance and all that. Nah, I'm good. You do your thing. Don't worry about me. I don't need to be saved. Okay, appreciate your help. Because you know what, I have been on certain live chats where people will say, okay, help us understand. Call in.
My whole thing is, we started this conversation, not like us, but like in general, right. Like the internet, this person that we're talking about, right? They're upset about like periods, assigned woman at birth, assigned male at birth, and the difference in things. And now we trying to find different words to talk about a period. Well, it makes some people uncomfortable because when we say period, they feel excluded. Maybe we should how can I say it different so that the trans women don't feel like we're excluding them when I talk about bleeding I mean, like when I say, if you don't get the fuck out my face and mean it, I really mean that, because you're trying to make us uncomfortable, and now we got to double talk. That's all. Regular girl talk and regular whatever. If you don't bleed, you don't bleed. If you weren't like,
it's Ike Turner trans behavior. You finna hem me up in the corner, eat the cake anime, bitch. I don't want the cake. Okay, go make your own cake. I already have my slice over here. Okay, motherfuckers already been eating off my slice. Go make your own fucking.
It doesn't. The level of uncomfortability and at this point, it's misogyny, because you weren't assigned female at birth. You were assigned something else, but you want to be in this club so bad that now you're trying to find the folks who were assigned female at birth. Oh, y'all trying to exclude us because y'all bleed? Y'all only associating the bleed because it's part of the patriarchy to exclude trans
like
folks.
Red fish, blue fish shit.
You know what? The mental gymnastics, you got to be stretching well every morning, and you need some help. But you know what? We got more callers in. I'm going to drop the link Again, there are some other folks who are trying to call in. I do see like
Dang,
the phone lines are
I just want
really
one thing right quick. The time that I did look at the live, I just wanted to say, out of all the trans people that called in, I truly only heard maybe 2 that were well-rounded in mind, and only one of them spoke about they had to do like they spiritual and they mental work and stuff like that before transitioning. Really spoke from a level of transparency and just had a sweet spirit. That was only one trans person that I have ever encountered on, like, just out and about observing whatever. Only one. And this person just had a generally sweet spirit and just came from a more spiritual place. And they talked about changing from the inside out, because as you know, many people, to me, some of this is this dysmorphia on some level, but that's just my opinion. But many of them are quick to change things on the outside, but the inside remains the same mentally. So out of all the people that I've heard, I can only count like maybe a handful of trans people that are well-rounded and just are okay being them without stepping on.
I know several of them, and I know a lot of them exist. My whole thing is this like low-key complicity, because it's like when I talk about the issues with what some of the community does, whether it be allowing the pedophilia and not saying shit, or whether it be allowing harmful shit like this, like blaming, women, they don't say anything. So it's not that I don't think that good people exist within it. I do. And I think that there are several bad apples, just like there are bad apples in, like, let's just say like the Black community or whatever. It's just, there are not a lot of people like the LGBT community. They have this sort of unity and it seems as if there's this code of conduct where it's just like, I'm not finna call out nobody because like, we're part of this group. And I feel like that's a bit of a problem, because people love to say, oh, there are people who don't agree with that. Can you tell me where they're at and how loud they're being? Because it seems like the ignorance, like this person right here, is louder than anything. Where are the people that's going to call things like, where are the people that are calling the people who are hiding under the guise of pedophilia and things like that? Where are the people who are calling that out? Because I follow several queer content creators. King of Reeds is one, aka Justin J or whatever, Funky Deneva, Adrian Expressions, you name it, I can call them out. They're not calling out the issues. However, when there's something that they feel like is offensive to their community or people who identify as them, they're quick to speak up. So, it's interesting how it's, when I speak about a certain story or a certain behavior in the community, that's not the representative of all of us. That's just a small amount. Okay, well, where are the people who are speaking out against this? I think
it's akin to the same hypersensitivity or the hypervigilance that people of color may have. You understand what I'm saying? But like you said, these are the clowns that are in the forefront, and they're overshadowing people that are actually balanced in their thinking and understand, hey, I was born as a man and I'm okay with that. This is my journey. This is my transition. There are people out there that have sound thinking as such, but you got his picture. But anyway, girl, let other people up, because I will ramble. So let other people get up
here.
We
want to have other people up here. Let me just say who's in the queue. Solo Diva, I see you. Please don't leave. I see you. Want to hear what you got to say. Princess, I see you here. Jamal, I see you here. I want all of you.
If you can get AOP up, I would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah.
If they be up, is that somebody in the chat right now?
Yeah, you have to drop the link if you don't mind.
Okay, I got moderators dropping the link. I just dropped the link again. Let me drop it once more, because I've been dropping it while the people have been.
All right, boo. I ramble, so let me drop down.
Okay, cool. Appreciate you. Here's what we're gonna do.
Auntie Renee.
Thank you. You too.
I just dropped the link one more time for anybody that wants to call in and get on this conversation. This ended up being a longer discussion than I anticipated, but I feel like it's a very necessary conversation. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to need 60 seconds. Bring the other folks up. Like I said, we've got like 4 or 5 people backstage right now. If you want to call in, please do so. Click the link. We're going to be right back in 60 seconds. Drop some pancakes in the chat. Hit the thumbs up if you ain't hit the button already, and we'll be right back.
Why?
That's not what we were supposed to hit, but let's go.
Get into this Black-owned business, Stickies. It's got things for inside your home, outside your home, and even on the go. JasmineMadeIt.com is your new destination for Black Girl Magic mugs, tumblers, and even wine glasses. You can even customize the tumblers and wine glasses. There's a lot going on for a low price over at JasmineMadeIt.com. And if you've been serious about wanting to support more Black-owned businesses, here's your chance. Let JasmineMadeIt.com handle all your problems for family and friends. You ever had a friend over and they just wasn't catching the hint or paying the rent?
Our asses all get to stepping.
Yeah, tell them to get to stepping with this nostalgic Martin-themed doormat and shop over a dozen different doormat designs over on JasmineMadeIt.com. All right, stickies, you know what time it is. It's time to put your money where your mouth is and shop Black today. Make life easier for you and your household by taking your family's hot or cold beverages on the go with one of these unique tumblers. It's insulated to keep your beverage at temperature, and it comes with a few different reusable straws and even the specific brush that you need to wash it so you can keep it sanitized and germ-free. They've got all kinds of designs to match your mood or style. So grab something for your wife, the hubby, or even the kids over on JasmineMadeIt.com. That's JasmineMadeIt.com, and I'll see you over there.
So here we are, and we are back. Like I said, always use code Jane for 10% off of your purchase, regardless of what you're purchasing over there, even if you're purchasing 1 cup or 1 tumbler. Let's continue with this conversation because it is thick. Jamal, what are your thoughts?
Well, okay. Well, I was gonna say that
just make sure your background is muted.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, because it's delayed with the other device.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, what I was gonna say is that, if Laura could help me decode what this man was trying to, or what she was trying to get at, because I'm in Toronto, and so I be around LGBT people downtown, and there's plenty of trans people, and I guess sometimes I need to get back to put on my Black American hat to be able to see the other side of it, because it seems to me like they are the gatekeepers that dominate the conversation, and I don't want to say it lightly. Like before I go forward, I respect different, their right to their gender identity, but I have to respect the divine feminine first. And I feel the issue is that, for one, I think she feels that the LGBT community has an extended, like they feel empowered, but the problem is that equality looks very different for different people. So even if somebody who's trans achieves equality, is that really are they looking for equality, or are they looking for an advantage? Because at the end of the day, you can't take away. Yeah, because I mean, when they see children, when they see families with kids, they get a reminder. Oh yeah, well, if I'm not having sex with a woman and I can't carry a baby, well then that kind of eliminates me from things just by nature. So now when it comes to issues about kids, now they want extra legislation. There's so much extra stuff that has to be done. I think it gets frustrating for them. So they feel like, man, if only society would be more accepting, when in reality, there's only so much accepting society can be before it's like, well, wait a minute now. We have rights too.
Right.
And there's a whole lot more of us than it is of you. So, I mean, is this equality? If it comes to the point, we have to call ourselves cis men and cis women just to accommodate you.
Because I'm trying to be respectful. And it's like, literally, when we talk about these groups, right? And trying to be inclusive of any and everyone, you want to swim in women's sports when you were assigned male at birth. And we're wrong for having an opinion about, wait a minute, you were born with a certain level of testosterone. How are we wrong for you being assigned male at birth and then identifying as a woman based off of whatever procedure you got done? It's none of my, I don't care. But you weren't assigned woman at birth, and this is women's sports. It's not about being discriminate and discriminating against you. It's just that doesn't make sense, and it's not right. It's not
And
right.
it permeates to other things too. Because like at work or they do job sites, it's like, well, I want to say, okay, you should have transgender washrooms, whatever, right? And they say, no, 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 we want genderless washrooms. And so then everybody's like, what? So now we're gonna be in the washroom with women, and women are gonna be washroom with you.
That's
Why don't you
uncomfortable.
just
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's that kind of stuff that's going on to the point where it's like, wait a minute now. We can't even live. Now, I've been to Pride with my daughter, who's in the screen there, and Avatar screen there. And I've been to Pride with friends. Like, it was fun. But like you said, the problem is now they in Toronto, they do the problem is the gays do more stuff about civil rights and social issues more so than niggas do. Then that's how I got to know a lot of them when I was downtown and I got kicked out. I was homeless and I started joining these councils and I started to learn this. I'm like, how come only the gay black men are doing this stuff? But what happens is that they become an exclusive club unto themselves. They get all these different benefits and stuff like that that nobody else gets because they get to be women. They get to identify as street involved. I mean, it's like every single program they get to qualify for. They still want more and more and more and more and more. It's like, Jesus, like, can anybody else have rights too? And so that's the issue that we have. And so when it comes to issues with kids, the pedophilia thing, they call that out in Toronto, but they don't really call that out with the LGBT community. What they really do is more so like, no, you're just a pet. They basically don't include that man into the LGBT. They gatekeep those kind of guys. So as far as they're concerned, well, those kind of guys don't exist because let's say a guy who says I'm gay because he's catch a pedophilia charge, they don't really count him as that. They don't really include him in their club to call him out, but they call him out as a man who's engaging in pedophilia and who's on the low. So if you're on the DL, they go after you hard and they do not include you, and they definitely gatekeep on that shit. That I can tell you.
Let me bring up another person. Auntie Renee, what do you have to say? Princess just got up on the panel. What are all of our thoughts?
Princess can go first since she just got up, if that's fine with you.
Unmute her mic.
Whatever you want to do. It's fine with me.
It's fine. I know I saw that you were like driving before, so I didn't know if you had like, stationary internet connection.
Oh, I'm in the house now.
Okay, cool. What are your thoughts?
First of all, let me give the princess disclaimer. I'm going to cuss. I'm going to try to be as PC as I can. But as I said, this shit is stupid. I'm tired of people playing these uterus games. And you have no idea what a woman, and as he said, I have to explain that I'm a cis woman versus me being a woman, and anybody who decided to be a woman, you are trans. Just say that. I don't care what you do with the manufacturing of your vagina or your titties or whatever you gonna do, okay? That's cool. That's your business. But you should not be infringing on my business, something as a natural born woman I have done. This foolishness started a couple of years ago when they decided to take the feminine sign off the maxi pads. Well,
I remember that.
Niggas ain't using maxi pads, okay? Even if you bleed it from the booty hole, that is not what they're using.
That's different. You might even use some product, but the cause of the bleeding is different. Look, let's keep it about. If you have colon cancer, you may bleed from the anus. That is in a menstrual or from, and you may use, because look, I'm getting a little uncomfortable. I got family members and friends and whatever who have different like illnesses and stuff. So colon cancer, and we're talking about men, it may cause you to bleed. You might need to wear a pad or two. that ain't anything that, first of all, any of them are proud of, but
right,
not anything that is derived from the anatomy of a person who was assigned female at birth. So it's strange for the folks who want to. Y'all ain't the only ones who bleed. Do you think we asked for this shit?
No. No, and this is my part. The periods in mine weren't bad when I was a kid, but as I grew older, especially when I hit 35, I was suffering. There is something that is attached to this bleeding every month. Women lose iron from their bodies. You lose a lot of nutrients and things that we need to live when we have a period. That shit ain't funny. I've sat in the hospital for many days on IVs and saline and having blood transfusion because I got a period, because I developed fibroids on my uterus. And you want to play these uterus games. I've had my uterus taken out because I almost bled to death. You could never identify with that shit. And I don't give a fuck what you say, whomever is out there trying to put on this facade, this bullshit. It's bullshit. Go have fun with something else. Let's go get our makeup done together. You can do all that. You can buy all the titties you want. You can buy the vagina, all the vaginas you want. Everything. But do not play with our plight. This is a woman's pain. We cannot exclude you when it comes to periods because that shit happened way back in medieval times, way back when Jesus walked the earth. They said, according to the Bible, if that's what you believe in, women were inflicted with periods because we were not obedient and we
because
got
Eve
kicked out of the.
If I could square up with Eve right now, I would bust. It's like, no, somebody would have fucked up between Eve and that. But still, the point of the matter is, if I could square up with Eve right now, let me tell you how I would fight her so bad. Y'all know I'm from Baltimore. I would give her a Baltimore like, girl, you know what you caused us. But like I said, I'm just joking. I'm just being facetious. Because somebody between Eve and where we are right
thinking
now,
about no trans men and women way back in BC.
Yeah. I still want to beat
get the fuck
Eve's
out of
ass.
here.
I want to beat Eve's ass. And that's on period. What she gonna go over there with the serpent? She gonna go over there and feed her man an apple from another god. All right. Let me bring it down because I got smoke for Eve. I do have smoke for Eve. I'm not even gonna hold you.
That shit didn't even exist when we had period. We've had this shit since damn near the beginning of the time.
These niggas be getting flat. Oh, you believe that woman? Because you remember when Eve had told her man based off what we still get flack based off of what we tell our man based off what Eve told. You know what, Eve? Don't let me catch her at the pearly gates. When I go up there and I meet Jesus, if I see Eve, I'm avoiding her at all costs because this bitch cost us a lot.
Whatever going on with his booty hole, it has nothing. It is nothing in comparison to childbirth, to fibroids, to bleeding every month, to messing up your clothes when you at school. You can't wear white. You can't wear the little pants. You damn it! I was. Last year, 2 years ago, I was damn near doc. I tell you, I had one of them super duper pads. It was bigger than the overnights. It was a poise pad. I was bleeding so bad. I bled through one in less than 15 minutes. Nigga, you could never understand what that pain is, what that embarrassment is. During the pandemic, and I couldn't go to the bathroom because then nobody let you in. And you bleed like you can feel clots coming out of your body, you would never know that. It's nothing fun.
at all.
Whoever that person is, he can kiss my whole ass.
It's not. There's nothing fun about it. There's nothing. First of all, there's nothing fun about even anticipating it. Let me take 100 seconds just to talk about the how don't nobody want to it's around that time, right? And you trying to clock it, because for me, I was 11 when I first got my like regular situation. But to be honest, my mother told me when I was 5, I had a low situation too. And you'll find, I don't know if it's just black folk or whatever, but you'll have some black folk tell you like, yeah, when my child was 5 or my child was this or whatever, that was just like one moment, not an all the time thing, but whatever. But nonetheless, I was 11 when mine like really got there. And it's I done lost my train of thought, and that's where I'm at with it.
It's so much.
Well, I let my daughter know about that when she was young, and she told me she was terrified. She's like, I don't want to bleed. I'm like, that happens to every woman. Because we were really close, so I had to deal with all her phase and stuff. So yeah, we had that conversation. I didn't mean to get involved, but yeah, me and her have that conversation. She was fine.
Well, let me tell you about my experience.
Damn, where you go?
That was the experience because I'm a man. Let me tell you something.
Oh, okay, dramatics. Hold up. Give me a
Let me tell you something. I know how. Well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Hello.
Good morning.
I want to tell you this. I know how it is when I call my sister and her friend is in town. I know how my sister acts when I'm around her. I don't want no parts of that. When I hear y'all talk about I don't want no part of that. So it behooves me to even understand. And I'm speaking about my community. What's up, Jax? I'm speaking about my community. I think it does teeter-tatter in the mental illness department because it's truly not understood. I really don't think they understand it. One of the things, and when I speak of trans women, they are so loud and outspoken, but the trans men just want to just live their best life and just blend and enjoy their life and get going. And to me, now when I speak of trans women, I'm speaking of half of them. Some of them inside, they're like, they're a boy, and they're like, oh, I'm a girl inside. I'm a girl inside. I get it. I understand it. But when you get that opportunity to convert or trans over, you go get their hair, you get the Cadillac Fleetwood eyelashes and the boobs and the butt. But the one thing that got you so oppressed, suppressed, depressed, you keep. I don't care what you put in front of a woman, you would never be a woman. Trans, the cis thing, when it came out, it was new to me. I didn't know what a cis woman was. I just thought a woman was a woman. A natural woman is a woman. And then we held on to this thing. Well, it was back in when Jesus was walking, they were saying cis. I never heard of that.
I'm sorry.
I know you lying.
It wasn't nobody
Baloney.
saying
I
cis.
never heard of that. So am I a cis? What am I? Am I a cis gay man?
No,
I'm confused.
hold on. If I can just get everybody to walk with me to the bush, because I'll be damned if somebody act like when Jesus was around, cis was a term. Please, let's stop. Let's go to the bush and
It was gone.
Let me just go in the bush and weep. Let me just go in the bush and weep. I just have to go in the bush and weep. Really. I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand.
I guarantee you, if back in Jesus' time, if you brought up a cis anything, he would think y'all were talking about some
They'd be
big
like,
pimple,
what?
some boil,
I agree.
boil. He said, "Oh, you got a cis? Let me pop it."
I agree.
Like
I want to know what scripture sis was in, so I can, other than sister, okay, sis. But I would
I've
like to
never
look
heard of
that
that.
up for reference.
I've never heard of that.
Well,
And my
well, number one, the Bible spoke against homosexuality so much that why would they legitimize it by saying cis anything? So that would contradict scripture in and of itself.
I'm still
All I'm
trying to get
saying.
over to get cis. Ask me any other question. I can't get there with you. I'm still trying to get over the Jesus and cis. I can't get past it. So y'all gonna have to answer the other questions y'all talking about.
So I
Jesus
truly
and
don't
cis.
understand it. I don't. I honestly, I think they're doing. I think the trans women are doing a lot. I think they're doing too much, and it's a little extra to me. It's just too much. I think we have other causes in our community that we should actually be fighting and pressing for. If we spent this much energy on certain issues that we have within our community, I think we'll be a little further down the road than when we are, and try to compete with a natural born male and female. That just behooves me. Maybe I'm old school. Uh, I honestly just don't get it, and I wouldn't want to have a period. I mean, from what I see and what you guys go through, what I've read and what I've heard, I just wouldn't want that. And
You don't.
Some of the trans women, they say I'm a woman, but when you get into a conversation with them and they really have nothing that really come back with rebut with you on a good point, they'll say, "Suck my dick," or "I'll take you." Like, what? Like, I thought you was a woman. Like, what's going on here? It's like, pick a struggle. Like, I'm confused, if you can hear it in my voice. And every time I try to sit down and talk to one, they get very defensive, very defensive. So it's, yeah,
Well,
I
can you
stand for
speak to
y'all.
what you think equality looks like to them?
Exactly. Here's
Being
my thing.
accepted as a full,
Before
excuse me, I'm
anyone
sorry.
gets started, here's the thing. Here's what I want to say. I want to play this clip again just so anybody coming in understands, because sometimes I feel like equality for them means putting us in a box, and I feel like that's fucked up. I do. However, I do want to hear the answer to this question because it sounds like somebody's about to say something so goddamn good. So good. However, let's play this clip one more time. It's only 100 seconds. It's only 100 seconds long. Let's hear this and let's continue.
Here's the thing. We understand what the patriarchy is, right? They created the patriarchy, to put men in boxes and to put women in boxes. But the patriarchy is inherently misogynistic because women get treated like shit historically, right? And it's inherently transphobic. So the reason why period is so synonymous with bleeding is because they wanted to exclude trans people and non-binary people. Cis women are not the only ones that experience periods. At the end of the day, whether it's hormones, whether it's your body producing hormones, whether you are a cis woman and have to take hormones, that hormonal period is valid. Not everybody bleeds. And I don't understand, why wouldn't you want to be inclusive? Why are you trying to gatekeep? And it's because most cis women feel like their reproduction is the only thing they can offer. They're a female. That's all they have. And that's kind of sad that you broil yourself down to your fucking body parts. Hello? We get our hormonal cycle once a month. If we want to call it a fucking period, we're going to do that. You're just a pick me, trying to collect your bag, act a fool, but it's going to be expanded just like a lot of things in a society. And if you don't like it, you can go over there with the Republicans and your little cishet people. Hello? Here's the thing. We understand what the patriarchy is, right?
All right. So here we are with the disrespect to cishet people and whatever. Okay, so we pick up where we left off. Who asked the question and who was ready to answer?
I did ask the question to AOP.
Well,
okay. So do me a
I'm
favor.
not
Do me a favor. Hold on. Can you repeat your question and then let AOP answer just so that we have some clarity here?
What I asked was, can he speak to what the aspect of what I was about to say, the political aspect, but what does equality look like to them? What is their end goal? Like, what does equality feel like to them ultimately?
Well, my personal opinion, I think their equality is actually being accepted as a natural born woman. Period.
So something that's impossible.
And something that's impossible, and that's why they're so loud about it, because I really think that's what they see equality as.
But the
And that's
essence of being a woman usually is subordinate to a man, to anything. You're stepping down. I'm not saying that's just the way I have to say it. I'm not saying women are lower than anything, men or whatever, but the way we were created are soft and docile, okay? And men are strong and they're in authority. No matter, and I work with a trans man, and I don't think he knows that I know, that more of us know, but if we know, it's kind of like, yeah, okay. It's a lot of people that know. Somebody told me. And we were dancing together. This is just one example. I've taken a new hobby of dancing, stepping. And so he comes to dance class after work, and it's at our job, and the dance teacher is teaching him to lead as you do a man. He got facial hair, everything, he's believable. He was trying to lead me, but then I realized this motherfucker got soft hands, okay? There are some things about a woman that just are there, trans or not. And when you have a trans girl, I have friends that are like that. And I use this example on my channel. I knew this motherfucker when she was a he and said, I will be a she when I grow up. And so now she is a she, but I think she still wants to keep her pipe. Nevertheless, we was at the store one day and walking outside, she is very believable. She passes, she doesn't get clocked. But she just kissed me on my cheek, very close to my mouth. And it was something about it. I've been knowing this person for years and years, since high school. The testosterone and pheromones in her body is something that just don't go away. And I was like, God damn, this motherfucker almost turned me on. Kissing me like that, Jane.
He still kept his game.
Right.
exactly.
There is something in those hormones that if you were naturally aborted, that the motherfucker arms is strong. Her arms is still cock diesel no matter what. Those are certain things that don't go away. I don't give a fuck what you play with.
He's trying to cater to you. So if you don't like the top, he got the bottom for you. So
And we've had intimate
you ain't
discussions
going
about
nowhere.
that. As a matter of fact, when we were kids, she was a gold star. He at that time was gold star. And he was like, why don't you break my virginity so I'll know what it is to have some coochie? I said,
I agree with that. I tell all people that
Yeah, I
only
can
know.
get
I
down with
tell
that.
them. I said, listen, you don't know if you actually gay unless you experience some pussy. You'll go get some. I don't know how you're gonna do it. You need to smoke a blunt, get some. I don't know how you're gonna do it, but do it, because for all you know, it
Molly.
may turn you inside out, and you may never want to see your boy again.
MDMA.
But then again, it may push you away and be like, okay, I'm good. I know what I want. I can ride stick. So I always tell people to go and experience it. You get what I'm saying? Because you don't ever want. It's all about choices, and you just don't want to limit yourself to just one door, and you never experience the other.
I agree.
But baby, if you don't know who she is, and they pull them old pictures up, she will say, "Oh, that's my brother." Who is this? Are you about to go to the bush? What's going on? Oh. Jane, are you talking?
What happened to him?
Okay, so yeah, this video is going to tell y'all something that's it's a little. I was really just seeing that the video was on my computer. I didn't think it was going to pop up. I really just wanted to see if it was on the computer. I don't want to cut people off, although this is a video that I want to get into. It is a funny video to lighten the mood. Like I said, I don't want to spite anybody that was on here already who wanted to talk about this situation. One person who called in who I think hasn't gotten a chance to speak is Zoe. Zoe, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, cool. What are your thoughts about this situation?
Well, I'm going to try to be brief. Most of you guys brought valid points, and what really prompted me to call in was the whole pedophilia being brought up. Mm-hmm. Because I'm a gay female, but I'm also a mother. So when I heard about them playing with the facts that they want to go in the same bathrooms as females, I'm like, yeah, you guys are playing with a dangerous idea, because you're opening a door that once it's open, it can't be closed, because we're living in a world that's like very twisted. Mm. Anybody can say, hey, I'm a transgender, and then you have some sicko going in the bathroom with your children. Mm-hmm. And like, I get it. Everyone wants equality, but it's like crossing boundaries that's like going too far. Like, if you want to be accepted, that's fine, but don't go as far as making comments about periods, cis women, cis men. Like, it's ridiculous, to be honest with you, because be who you are. And like everyone's been saying, it's just your mental health has to probably be checked, because I get the world could be hard and you want to get accepted, but don't cross boundaries where once doors are open, they can't be closed anymore. And people who are straight have to be considerate of how other people identify as themselves, but they don't have to like accept it to the point where it makes them uncomfortable neither. And I think that that's what we all have to understand as a community. Mm-hmm. Respect each other, respect each other's opinions, and if all this uncharted territory, it shouldn't be crossed, in my opinion. And that's all I wanted to say.
So when it comes to the person with the women who have periods, or kind of like going against or exiling people, or who want to exclude the trans community based off of the period, how do you feel about that? Do you agree with what he's saying, or do you denounce?
No, he's psychotic. He sounds stupid.
Okay.
Like, you sound crazy.
Part of the LGBT community.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And I think he sounds crazy. Like, be who you are, but then, not wanting a woman to be able to experience her womanhood and freedom or speak about it because you want to be accepted by the community. First of all, in my opinion, I could be wrong because I'm not transgender, so I don't know. But if you want to be accepted to the point where you're trying to attract someone or you want someone to like you, if you can't just be you to be liked, then you shouldn't alter yourself to the point where just to be accepted, because then now you're deteriorating your own mental health, in my opinion. And when I say alter yourself, I'm not talking about aesthetics, but if there, I'm pretty sure there's multiple layers that cause them to even go in that direction, or started transitioning and they started adding all these different letters to the the LGBTQ and all that stuff, is because is for acceptance, maybe trying to attract the same sex, or maybe to try to be accepted by society, which I get that, but don't go to the point where you don't want a biological woman to be a biological woman anymore. Mm-hmm. That's just absurd.
And sometimes I feel like it's not that they don't want us to be a biological woman. They want us to be uncomfortable with the way that we discuss our biology. They want us to use words and terms that are so inclusive to them. And I'm not saying that they don't have a right or a place or a space for the way that they exist, right? Because a lot of it seems like it's word salad. And baby, if anybody got some word salad, bitch, it's me. But nonetheless, it's like speaking a way that doesn't offend me, right? When it comes to people who literally were assigned male at birth. And so why should I have to keep people who are assigned male at birth in mind when I'm discussing my own goddamn anatomy? Shit that I am irritated about. I bitch about Mother Nature every month. Ask my Discord. I'm like, Mother Nature can get. As a matter of fact, you can look at my Twitter. I'm like, Mother Nature, get on my goddamn. But now it's like, oh, be careful how you speak about Mother Nature, because it seems like you're excluding trans women. But I'm like, are you serious? I gotta be delicate. There's enough that I have to be delicate with in providing basic commentary pertaining to Black existence, period. Whether it's my experience, whether I relate to it, whether they're regular Black people, whatever. But now it's just like, oh, well, some of the trans people, or at least this person, is saying when you talk about bleeding from your coochie, it offends the people don't bleed from their coochie, and they feel like they have a right to classify as you, despite the fact that you bleed from your coochie and they don't, and they may bleed in a different way, but they still bleed. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, that's where we are. Like, that's where we are.
The plain Jane is Jamal. Okay, and Jamal, to go back to your question, to what the plainest Jane had said, that kind of supports what I'm saying, because they want the natural born women to say, you know what? Stop looking through the window. Stop peeking through the keyhole. We know you can't have rape, but come on in the room. Come on in the room. And because we're natural women and be like, wait a minute, y'all better stay outside and continue to look through the window. That's the problem. They want them to say, come on in the room. Come on in the room.
And if not, you get labeled what? Homophobic?
Transphobic, homophobic. It ain't shit to be the fun. Just the makeup and hair is fun, and that ain't fun. Cause I get tired of sitting in the chair in the salon for 2-3 hours trying to get my hair done every other week. Or you gotta look. First of all, women's value, a lot of it is based on what we look like, not what's in our minds, not what we can produce, not how much we work. It's based on our aesthetics. Most of this stuff that women deal with internally and mentally and emotionally over the years, we're really trying to protect these motherfuckers from the shit that we have to deal with. It's so many complexities that it takes to be a woman in general. And then we're not going to even get to the part of being a Black woman, okay? That's a whole different type of subject. I mean, they should be happy. You could dress up and get the aesthetics of what we got going on for the price of $19.95 plus tax and gratuities and shipping and handling and care credit and your neighborhood bootleg card cracker. And you could do whatever you want to do to look like a woman and be a woman. You could just say you're a woman and there you are. You know, piglets can't say they zebras and automatically be zebras, but motherfucking men can say I'm a woman and boom, there you go. I put some titties in my shirt and a booty pad on my booty, and I took the couch cushions out my motherfucking chairs, and I put it in my pants, and I'm a woman. They do not have to deal with what we deal with, and they should be happy with that. If you not, it's something mentally wrong with your ass.
They want us to share it, but they can only find the benefits of it in and talking and really like word salad swindling. Like that's what it is. I should be able to classify. You can classify and say and regurgitate whatever, but until you have the feeling of us going through what we go through, you don't, because we're still expected to show up every day and even pretend like nothing's wrong. You can't show up to your employee and be like, "Hey, I'm performing a little bit lower than usual today because I'm on my period." Like, you can't do that. You're As women, we are still expected to show up and on regular shit, regular duty, without creating excuses. Nobody wants to hear, and nobody's going to hear. It's not flattering. It's not something that we want to do. To say I'm performing less than usual, I'm late, I'm bloated, I'm depressed, I'm sadder because I'm on my period. Hey, use this as an excuse, boss. It's not an excuse that we can use. So we're still supposed to, expected to show up like nothing's wrong. And really, there's a lot going on in our body that somebody that was assigned male at birth would truthfully never understand. They can play with the idea because that's all they can do, right? Like, that's all they can do is play with the idea. And that's the fact of the matter. And now outside of us having to experience all that we experience, whether it be the cramps, the physical discomfort, the moodiness that may come along with it. Now the trans people feel left out. So use certain terms to be empathetic and da da da. Because last thing you want to do is alienate them. What you mean alienate them? What are we alienating them from? It's our shit. And it's not that I'm trying to keep it like, oh, it's ours and you can't have it, nigga. You could have it if you could. But like, what do you mean? Like, we're making them feel alien? Like, you know what? Like, we're in a totally different world. Totally different day, time, age, whatever.
Jane, before I had my surgery, which is a whole nother subject, when I was like at the pinnacle of my pain, I literally would get up in the morning and I would just lay on the cold floor in so much pain. I got to a point that it was almost a daily thing of me having my cup, but you couldn't know what anything was in there, put my ice in there. And even for breakfast, I would have a concoction of red wine and cranberry juice and 500-600 ibuprofens and a muscle relaxer just to get me through to lunch. They can have that shit, okay? And you can't, and I would be late for work and I lived upstairs from my job. And they would be like, well, why can't you get here a little bit earlier? Because motherfucker, I had to slither down the stairs to get here. And you don't understand that.
They don't understand that. They don't want to understand that. And that is an unfortunate piece of the puzzle. It really is. It really is.
May I say this, if you guys don't mind? Mm-hmm. I had said this in I made this initial comment in the beginning. Please don't take any offense to this, but I do believe straight women of all colors should stand up strong, for real, and go against this. I mean, I know it's part of my community. I don't feel I'm talking bad, but I feel like at a certain point, this is like delusional foolishness. And I think a lot of natural born women should stand up and be like, wait a minute, enough is enough. Because when will it be enough? Because if this happens and then you go to something else and then it's going to be something else. And before you know it, natural born women will be called trans women because you don't have a pipe. You get what I'm saying? So at some point, like, I know this platform is beautiful and excellent, and there should be much, much more, 10 times over, to kind of put this at bay. That's all I have to say. I'm sorry.
May I say something? Because I think it makes us look bad as a community, and the LGBTQ community is we're a beautiful community. We're peaceful, we don't live in delusion, so it's very off-putting to have someone go on social media to have millions of people to see it, saying that, speaking of a woman's biological, how her body works about a period, it's not cool. That's all I wanted to say.
I just
And
think
with
this is about pushing boundaries. That's what I think it definitely is. It's pushing boundaries, and women do need to make. I think women need to draw more lines in the sand in order to be able to say, okay, these are our basic rights. This is what we fought for. And I think part of the reason why many more women don't raise more complaints is because then it will give men more of an excuse to say, well, then this is why you women should stay at home and be in the kitchen. So you don't want to hear that. But then now we have trans women trying to take your, trying to jack what you got going on. So now you're like, well, then what are we supposed to do? It seems like our, just our genetics and our gender is always under attack in some form or another. And so I feel bad in that sense, but I think more sensible LGBT people need to speak out. And I don't think the genderless washrooms is a good idea. I think they should have trans washrooms or separate washrooms. There are 3 washrooms basically for everybody. That's
they
how
should
I
have
feel about it.
a separate everything, separate sports. I mean, I don't want my daughter, and I'm speaking as a gay man. I wouldn't want my daughter playing with a trans woman. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair. That's just me. I don't want my daughter in there with a trans, and that's me. But
I
there's
get
millions of
that.
me's out here.
I get
I
that.
don't
I
want it.
totally understand that. What I would say is, you like, oh, I want more. I want more women to speak up. There's a lot of us that want to and or have spoken up about this, and it has nothing to do with heterosexual men. It has everything to do with the labeling and the backlash that we're going to get from the community. Like, we can speak up against the bull crap that we feel like we are subjected to from the community, and you'll be labeled as homophobic, transphobic, this and that. And a lot of people, they just they just don't want to have anything to do with that labeling. It doesn't mean that they don't have, so yeah, the women, us women can speak up about it. I don't speak up about it as often as when I do the issues under the flag video, I get so much hate. I get emails about, could you just reword the way you say that? And I'm like, all I'm saying is there are some people who are abusing the labeling, because when it comes to the LGBT community, if you ever want to hold them accountable, you'll get pushback, right? You'll get this back. It's beyond pushback. You'll get this backlash. And so if you're covering, hey, you got pedophiles under the guise, and that's literally what's going on. Pedophilia is not a sexuality. Being a part of the LGBT community and loving the same sex, pansexual, whatever. And so the point of that series is to call out people who are using pedophilic and predatory ways in order to inappropriately target young people. Like, that's the definition of my under the flag, which I do think needs to be redone. But my whole thing, all I'm doing is calling out pedophiles. That's it. I'm calling out pedophiles who are abusing the label of, I'm a part of the LGBT community, so don't say nothing to me, because that's just the common knowledge. And I've got people emailing me like, oh, well, reword it. Like, you're not calling out the issue in your community. I don't understand if any of you all hear that's an issue that people, well, at the end of the day, there are people abusing the label and abusing that classification. And they'll say, oh, well, I'm a part of the LGBT community. I'm just trying to read books at the library. Whole time they try and get the kids and do some inappropriate shit. They don't really identify with the community. But that's what they're doing in order to get access to children, in order to do some fuck shit. And instead of addressing the problem, you know what? It is people getting to the kids and abusing our label and giving us a bad name. They're like, hey, they come to me like, oh, hey, I think what you're saying in them videos, I think it's harmful to our community. Oh, you don't find the pedophilic shit and these people abusing your community has been hijacked. I get it. I'm not a part of it. I'm on the outside looking in, but I'm for the fucking kids. So instead of you really addressing what's going on in your community, you're addressing my verbiage. And my verbiage, honestly, it's to the point when I do those videos, I get some people like, you're repeating yourself too much. Some people say I'm repeating myself too much. Other people say my goal is lost in translation. I'm in a lose-lose situation because all I can say is there are people using your identity and falsely considering themselves to be a part of the community in order to avoid scrutiny. It's easier to go after anybody in society that's doing anything that you feel like is wrong. But when you come at that community with the flag, right? And that is the reason and how pedophiles are able to get away with shit. Like, if I'll identify as a part of the flag, then people won't ask me as many questions because you know how much flack they'll get from it. And here I am fighting the people who are part of this community, and they're fighting me based off of verbiage or whatever. Meanwhile, the pedophiles are busy touching kids, taking pictures of kids, kitty porn, and all this other shit. It's crazy. Y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I completely understand what you're saying. You're spot on.
Indeed.
You know, so it's like, holding that community accountable, it's like forbidden unless you want these lashings, unless you want this. I've even lost one friendship. I won't say a lot, but I lost one friendship based off it because I'm like, and when I realized that they were in their feelings about it, they're like, oh, you use Andrew Caldwell to make points about issues under the flag. No, the fuck I don't. I use Andrew Caldwell to make jokes about how he lies in general. I have never used Andrew Caldwell, and because I have a lot of Andrew Caldwell mixed in with my
Dr. King stuff
in the midst of everything else that I talk about. You use someone who is feminine, who's a guy who's. I'm like, point me where I use Andrew to make a point about issues under the flag. When I'm talking about kids being molested, I'm being serious. I have a joke inside, and I'll joke and I'll sit and I'll laugh because. And that's where I'm at right now, right? Because I talk about Shanquella and whatever. I'm like, I've never used Andrew or anything lighthearted to make a point about pedophilia. I don't have to use Andrew. Well, point me in the direction of anybody who could even make Andrew Caldwell a point of holding pedophiles accountable for what they do to children. Andrew Caldwell don't have shit to do with that. Andrew Caldwell is funny, and that's it, and that's on the side. You know what I'm saying? So, nonetheless, I'm serious about advocating for children. We've got this whole thing called MAPS. Does anybody know what MAPS is? Let me just go. Some of you may know on the panel. Just keep quiet for me for a second. If you know what MAPS are, put a 1 in the chat. If you have no clue what MAPS are, we're talking about pedophilia, because that's where we are right now. Put a 2 in the chat if you have no clue what MAPS are. Once I see a couple of numbers in the chat, I'll go ahead and we'll continue with the conversation. Because I'm serious about what I'm talking. And there's a new video that I have coming up. I'm not sure if it's going to be edited or if I'm going to do it live. I see a 1. I see a 2. I have no reason to. When I'm talking about the abuse of children, Andrew Caldwell is the very least of my concerns. And so when I realized that I'm having a conversation with a person who decided to line up, well, you be using Andrew Caldwell to drive home a point about pedophilia. Like, are you serious? If you don't know, because I see that there are some mixed reviews in the chat, MAPS, the definition of MAPS is minor attracted people. People who really defend being attracted to children. That's what MAPS are. And so anytime that you're having a conversation about pedophilia and things of that nature, how does Andrew or Mr. Delivered contribute in any way? In any way. And this is this is the reason why it's just like proven conversations like this in general, like we'll get into people like, oh yeah, you're demonizing the LGBT community and so on and so forth. Am I, or are you conflating things that have no business being conflated? Or is that how you feel? That's the bottom line. What are your thoughts before we move on to the next thing, which will more than likely be the last thing? But we're going to laugh and joke, though. When I tell you we about to laugh our asses off after this, we are. But what are your thoughts?
I mean, I think that's what... Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just on the last thing I was going to say is that, like I said, I think it's about trying to increase leverage and trying to basically try to draw a line in the sand for themselves and try to gain more territory. That's the only thing I can think of, because I don't see any other angle. I don't see what other legislation they can push for. I mean, Obama did a lot more for them than he did for Black people. So I don't see what more they can get out of. I mean, there's always more you can get for rights, but like when it comes to calling out the pedophilia, I think there would be more, but I think there's a silent majority as that disagrees with that, but they're not going to say much. And other than that, I think that we pretty much covered everything, from the washrooms to the the uterus to everything else. So I mean, I think the line's been drawn in the sand on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the deflection for me. That's what it is for me. It's, we go from, oh, you don't want to call us a woman. Oh, you deflecting because you think you're the only one that can bleed. And then we get to politics. Oh, well, you can go over there with the Republicans if you don't. Like, the deflection is like, oh my God, we're like really all over the place. And then people end up having a conversation about other things, which honestly have nothing to do with the fact of the matter of what they saying is they feel like they're left out of an elite club. And nigga, we didn't put you out that club. God made you one thing and he made us something different. We didn't keep you out the club. We're literally like, you outside the club and you can't get in, but whose fault is that? If you
That's the wrong club to be trying to get in. That's what we fight at. You know what I'm saying?
You can want that club all you want, but you'll never get it. But trust me, we wish we could give it to you. Baby, I would pay $5,000 right now to give it to you. But unfortunately, God made me the way he did. And I just can't.
Hey, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I don't actually get on panels and I don't speak, but I kind of feel like I'm on the tail end of the conversation, but I wanted to go back to where it's just like women are women. I was born the way I was born. I was brought up just the way I was born. I didn't have certain feelings about certain things. Actually, a lot of the things that are brought up now, it's just like we wasn't even thinking about that kind of stuff. Like nobody was even talking about that kind of stuff. So there was no choice or anything like that. And it's just like, I've never spoke out about this. I am a girl all day and I'm 43. I'm a whole girl all day. And I take offense to someone who just, you ain't a girl. And can you call yourself whatever you want? Absolutely, you can. Absolutely, you can. And then as a girl, I give you that grace and mercy to do that. You can call yourself whatever, but you don't give me grace and mercy. So you're not giving me anything to call myself a girl, female, whatever you want to call it. I'm not calling myself a cis female. I'm not doing that. I'm not a cis woman. I'm not a cis girl. I am a girl that turned into a young lady that turned into a woman. That's what I am. I ain't cis nothing. So why are you offended if you ask me one day, you don't even have to ask me, are you a girl? Are you a female? Are you cis? Are you? And I'm looking at you stupid like, what? No, I walk around every day and I'm a girl. Have I had different feelings, and do I feel like I'm anything else? No, I haven't experienced that. But you can't hold me accountable for the feelings and experience that you've had growing up. You can't hold me accountable for that. So I dispute the fact. We talk about periods and do I bleed? Like, are you kidding? Like, if it was really that serious, you wouldn't even be talking about that. If you a cis or you're not a cis and you haven't bled once a month. I got my period when I was 13. I was young. And I went through like the horrible cramps where I'm balled up in the bed when my mother is like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, I'm hurting. My mother, who she ain't a cis woman, she's a woman, had to figure out, okay, I didn't hurt like that, but my child is. Let me figure out what's gonna make her feel better. So you can't, and I'm angry because I have to explain this to people. Or you're asking me, let me clarify that. You're asking me to explain this to you. I didn't know shit at 13, that at 43, I was gonna have to tell you what I went through. No, I went through that. You know, and then I'm a woman who don't have children, went through all that and still don't got a baby. So you don't get to make me explain none of that to you. You don't get that right. Do I respect your decision? Absolutely. Do I respect how you feel? Absolutely. Do I respect your journey and everything that you've gone through? Absolutely. But you don't get to take away from mine either.
Right.
And like I said, I'm not a person who even speak out on stuff like that, but it pains me and it hurts me. And then as a woman who couldn't bear children, you got the nerve to ask a question to me. You don't get that right to me. You don't get to ask me anything about being who I am. I was born. That's what I was. I was born. You were born and I was born. That's it. So thank you. I love you so much. I love your channel. I am a subscriber. I don't comment and do all that. But this one particular subject, it breaks my heart that, you know, you got young people who don't even think, where's your mother and your father? What do they say to you? It ain't nothing about disrespecting what you are, anything. But do you talk to your mother about this? Does your mother explain to you how you were born and how you were created? It takes two people. It takes a man and a woman to create an entity, a child. You call it an entity, a child. So let's get rid of all the women. We gonna take away all the women. Okay, y'all procreate and y'all do that shit by yourself. Excuse me for cussing. But I'm saying y'all do that by yourself then. There's no women in the world. How do you procreate life without us? That's period. So this hurts my heart that it's a world where it's just like a world that feels like they don't need us. They don't need us as women to keep going. You still, even though you love who you love, to create a baby, you still need those two entities. I gotta have the same chromosomes and everything that I need to have. I need to be able to carry a child as a woman to even give you what you think that this is what I'm supposed to be doing. You still need somebody else to do that. So I just wanted to say that, like I said, I don't come up on, and I kept hanging up. It's like, I can't go on here and talk. But I'm so heartbroken that our young generation feels like it's like you can get online and you can just, well, you don't need this, a period. Yes, that means I'm shedding my eggs because I haven't gotten pregnant every month. That's where a period comes from. And our mothers and fathers, I don't know what generation these kids are brought up on. We had sex. I had sex education. And I'm only 43. And that's what was taught when they trying to take that out of the schools. I learned that's what happens. I am shedding eggs. I bleed every month because I have not gotten pregnant this month. That happens. So all this, that's gonna make you a woman, and what are you talking about? That shit don't even make no sense. I am shedding eggs, and then it hurts. It hurts to do that every single month. My body has to go through a whole detox after I've done that, and then it happens again the next month. So I'm sorry. It just hurt me to my core just when I was watching and seeing it. And it's like the things that this person was talking about has absolutely nothing to do. Well, it does have something to do with what makes you a woman, but for you to dismiss that, it was heartbreaking. And it's like, you young. So at one point I give you a pass because you young and you don't get it. But then I'm thinking, like, who didn't teach you that? And you are a man. So at some point you had to be born. Who didn't teach you? And even in your transition, okay, well, you do know that, okay, you're gonna make the transition. You're gonna become a woman. You're gonna take on a woman's name. You're gonna be called a woman and all of this. But you do know that there's something that you can't do. I don't care what you say you're gonna do. You can't do this. Mm-hmm. You can't do that. So we're gonna still do this. You're gonna have this surgery. You're gonna do all of this. But there's certain things you can't talk about. There's certain things you can't write about. You can't say, well, I experienced this. That's some bullshit if you walk around all day talking about you on your period. No, you ain't had no period. You can't have a period. You can't birth a baby that grow inside of you, feeds off of your body. You're not going to be able to do that. So it's okay. Everybody accepts that. Just know you can't do that. So then, you know what? I'm going to need you to not talk about that. You don't talk about nothing that you have not experienced. Period.
The thing is though, when it came to what the guy presented, a lot of people spoke about those things, and the basis varies, right? He's the only one on the ground. We don't have an American over there.
I agree. I agree.
And people fail to realize they want to call him out for a liar, and I'm not denouncing that. I can't denounce and say that he's not a liar. I can't. But when it was convenient or it made sense for them to run with the police report, which he provided, the stolen money, which he provided, and several other things that he provided, that was fine. So that's all that he presented. There's not a single other person that brought that police report here outside of him. In addition to some other details.
But as a woman, what am I supposed to do? Like, I gotta prove now that I was born. Like, I'm walking around just born, just as a whole lady, girl, whatever you want to call it. Why do I have to prove that I'm a woman?
Yeah, the same reason why he got to prove that she was.
Well, that don't have nothing to do with me.
Okay, may I say something?
I mean, people can say it don't have nothing to do with them, but they still want the information, right? She's not a woman, right? That's something that they got wrong, and it's very clear that he's not accustomed to our culture, because he thought that the stuff that was on Dejanay's head, he thought that they were like underwear or something. And it was a bonnet, and that was explained to him. But the timeline in which people are questioning his intel, his details, they didn't have that energy when he was presenting the other details that they had no issue running with. None. That's all I'm saying. I'm not defending him, because I've heard the inconsistencies, but those inconsistencies I didn't present on my platform.
Okay. All right. Well, I just, like I said, I never speak, and it's like this. Just, I don't know. I was over it. I'm tired, and it's like you speaking on something that just ain't even got nothing to do with you, kind of, sort of.
Who, the reporter?
Mm-hmm.
If people felt that, they would have shut him out from the beginning. If that's the case, they would have never took the police report. And the police report is what? The police report is a smoking gun that we stick with the mother side with. Oh, they showed up and told you that it was alcohol poisoning, and it wasn't. Oh, it was the broken spine and the vertebrae. Oh, that's something we on the mother side with. But where did that information come from? Let's keep it a buck. It came from him.
I mean, okay.
That's all I'm. That's what like I said. I'm not defending the arrest, because honestly, I do not know. That's why I put the FBI statement in the last video. All I'm saying is he's completely not credible, but you believe that it was an alcohol poisoning and it was this, not you, but I'm just speaking of you believe it was foul play, which means you don't believe that it was alcohol poisoning, and that is a police report that came from who? Him. In addition to several other details that a lot of people, the majority of the timeline came from. So if he's completely uncredible, and I get it, he's a liar. If he's a liar about that, then he's a liar about the police report in the detail too. So was it not the spinal cord? Was it really what the friend said? That's all I'm saying. Everything is up in the air, and that's why. And trust me, I'm doubtful. I am, and like I was saying in the last video, I feel bad that I don't have proof about the arrest, but I also don't have proof about the FBI not having her in custody either. I feel bad. I feel bad. I feel like my integrity is on the line. I do, but some people want to play both. They want to play both sides of the fence. I agree with the man's police report and this and that and the stolen money and this, But when it comes to the arrest, I don't believe that, and so therefore he's a liar. Well, if he's a liar, he's a liar all the way. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Jane, for just giving me, like I said, I'll be listening all the time in the background. And this the one time I said, let me push the button and just talk. So thank you for allowing me to speak my piece. And just like I want to know. It's not like I'm just, just,
No, and it's cool. I have a lot of
yeah.
people in my inbox too.
Mhm.
I don't mind having conversations with people who
Yeah, just want to know. So
Yeah.
thank you so much. I love you dearly, and I love your reporting and just everything you do. So just the panel, just thank you for letting me just say something. So I probably play the background still every blue moon. I like this the first time I've ever come up, but I thank you for just keeping the story alive and just speaking truth. I know that's your thing. You want to talk, but you want to make sure you telling the truth. So I appreciate you for that.
I want to make sure I'm telling the truth, but I'm like, child, where the truth at? The FBI won't even tell me. They won't say where it
Girl,
is. They're like, we can't
Baltimore
confirm.
stand up. Baltimore stand up. Thank you,
Crazy.
Dane.
I
You
appreciate
beautiful.
you.
All right.
All
Thank
right.
you.
No problem. Bye. Yeah, so like I said, that's that. You know, I do, like I said, I do find the guy to be, I do find some things to be suspect, right? But if people are going to call him a liar 100%, then they need to throw out the death certificate as well. The death certificate that is connected to the police report that states that it wasn't alcohol poisoning, it was based on anything, something else. Because that came from him, right? That came from him. Pertaining to, there's no alcohol poisoning. It was based off of this. That police report, the only police report information that we have is literally from him. Who else is it from? Who else reported and showed and took a picture of the death certificate and got that to the United States? Nobody else but him. So for the people calling him a flat out liar, 100%, it's like, okay, well, you need to throw out the theory of the broken spinal cord and atlas luxation, because that came from him too. So I'm not saying he's right. Trust me. I'm just pointing out all the facts. You know, when people want to be, I have my doubts. Don't get me wrong. And I'm frustrated. I've been angered. You can't even imagine the thoughts that I've had pertaining to his reporting, right? But don't just point out 33.3 or 25% of his reporting and say, oh, that's a lot. Point out all of it. If he's a liar, then you probably want to consider everything that you think about the case too. And I'm not saying he can't be lying about a couple things. I'm just saying. Thank you so much for the Cash App. I appreciate it.
I'm to the point, I've been very selective about reporting on this, that I am about to start digging into the Mexican authorities and Mexican press myself. I got plenty of people that speak Spanish, whatever. I can't Spanglish up my damn self to find another outlet and or another person that is a reporter that can be comparable to him, to see what's really happening and what they really know.
I agree. And they didn't confirm or deny. I get it. People want press conferences as well. However, when we go back to the FBI statement, and if you read over the treaty between the United States and Mexico, the FBI isn't obligated to potentially taint their investigation by keeping the public updated all along the way, especially as it pertains to involvement with other countries. So a press conference would be ideal, and that's in the benefit of us, not them. A press conference is not helping their investigation. The press conference puts the public at ease. That's all it is. A press conference is nothing more than PR. So when it comes to the legitimate progress of the investigation, a press conference is for us. But that's not something that we're owed, although a lot of us feel like we are. Like, we're entitled. When they get booked, we get a mug shot. A lot of people are using deductive reasoning, and I get it. And I'm not saying that they're wrong. Hell, I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm not saying that video that I uploaded that says she's arrested, I'm not saying it's right, but I'm also not saying it's wrong, because when I look at the FBI statement, they say, look, we can't confirm or deny these claims. They don't want to say yes or no because they want to keep their investigation intact, and we don't know where they are with it. So look, like, it is what it is. I'm not blaming you for being skeptical. Be skeptical. Hell, think one thing is a lie. All I'm saying is the person that's saying that the other person is a liar, nobody knows more than anybody else. This is a special and a specific case that we haven't seen. And that's the bottom line. And if we could get back to the plot of Shanquella and reporting the facts, I think that would be the most important. I see that some people are caught up on this person's a liar, that person's a liar, and there have been some Shanquella updates, but they skipping over the Shanquella updates to have a Shanquella information battle, when honestly those are some of the people that went off of some of the information that was provided by him. The money stolen allegedly by the doctor, the police report, the time of death, like you name it, they went on that information. But now all of a sudden that they feel like they have leverage over, and again, they didn't go after ABC, whole nother situation, whole nother, and I just don't have time for that shit. I'm ready to move on, but not in the sense where it's like, forget about Shanquella, right? It's a matter of, I'm still going to report on Shanquella. I'm never going to forget about Shanquella. However, in between getting some actual and some factual information, which is taking a lot longer than any of us could ever imagine, I'm going to touch on some other stuff as well. That's more, lighthearted, and whatever the case is. You had Chronicle Speaks, although she deleted her video. You got Kempire, Jamie That's Me, several other people who have left their video up, but also spoken about other things in between. Child, I tried speaking about Kanye yesterday and they deleted my video. But nonetheless, it's just a matter of common sense. Do you feel like the people who you are following are intentionally feeding you information that you don't feel like is true, or do you feel like they were duped? Do you feel like their heart was in the right place or not? That's where it ultimately lies. It's not that everybody that reported Shanquella's arrested, everybody who reported Shanquella's arrested just wanted money. They reading da. That's not true. That's not true. I'm even doubting that it's true, but I wasn't in it for money. I truly felt that was true at that time. And I'm also not true that it's false at this time, because according to the FBI, they not finna denounce that she's in or not in custody. So, it's a matter of common sense and discernment at this point. If we could get back to the plot, Essence seems to be reputable, right? The Washington Post seems to be reputable, right? That is the reason why I went live today with those two things, and to address this tizzy that exists within this situation. I just wish we could get back to the facts, if and when we get any more, which it seems like the facts pertaining to Shanquella are going to be slower and slower and slower. The facts have slowed down a bit, but you know what? I think that's good, because there was just a lot going on. But that's where we are with the situation. That's where we are with Shankpella's situation. And I'm definitely willing to shut the fuck up until we get more and solidified facts about it. And when we get that, then I'll speak. If not, I'll be quiet about Shanquella and talk about other stuff in the meantime, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Y'all get what I'm saying? Y'all get what I'm saying? Y'all ain't gotta get what I'm saying. It's okay. Because all of y'all quiet in the goddamn back. It's like, no, it's only 3 people up here. But
I was just listening to the commentary because that whole thing is touchy.
Yeah.
And I be done got in trouble.
I get it.
mean,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I get what you're saying. I truly do. I mean, let me tell you, I don't know anything. Nothing's factual. The only fact that I know is that this young lady is going home. Okay.
Right.
I don't know nothing about nothing, but let me tell you what I do know is that I know how I get. I know I get clowny, I get giddy, I get funny when it's time for me to book a trip, whether it's in the States or abroad with my friends. And to think to go over there and that happens, it got me thinking like I can no longer look at this and be like, oh well, you know what? That's not gonna happen to that's not my friends. I'm pretty sure that's what she said when she went there. So I don't know anything factual about that case, but factual, I know it gets you to side eye certain people in your group.
Mm-hmm. It's true. I want to get into the next thing. The people are requesting the R. Kelly. The people are requesting the R. Kelly song to like the move to move on. It is. We do need to move on to the next subject. And honestly, we're gonna wrap up soon. So we need to get into the R. Kelly thing. All right. Okay. All right. So let's move on to the next subject. Hold on. Let me try to find the R. Kelly remix. Okay, here's the Will Smith remix, but where's the R. Kelly? Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna move on to the next subject. It doesn't mean that the last subject is off topic. For the people who are left on stage, backstage is closed. So for the people who are up here already, this is it. If there's anything else that the 3 of them want to bring up, it's up for discussion. But I won't be dropping the link anymore. If there are any extra points that you didn't make or you didn't get a chance to say, that's okay. If you're up here, the 3 of you, we're going to close out the show that way. It's cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to play this quick commercial. Whatever your thoughts are about anything that we have already discussed, keep that in mind. If not, we'll just move on to the next thing. We'll be right back. Drop pancakes in the chat, hit thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. I want to create a space where we can talk authentically as Black people about our experiences growing up Black. We take a trip down memory lane from the pain to the jokes to the cultural nuances that a lot of us share and how they correlate to the way we navigate adulthood. Welcome to the Growing Up Black series. So I know growing up black has been a thing that has been in the works or promised to be in the works for a while, but understand I was at 102,000 subscribers and YouTube deleted my channel and it was on the brink and I was about to launch it and they deleted my channel, so it set me back. But it is something that I am still working on. And I'm open to you all's emails when it comes to emails or experiences with what you have and have not went through. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into
that little boy getting slapped in his face sends me every time.
It's because you remember how many wrong things, and it's not that you necessarily did anything wrong. It's just respectability politics and how your grandparents or parents or auntie wanted to be perceived as if you were this like perfect person. Child, if you ain't got Sunday school, what you expect me to? Okay, you know what I'm saying? Like if there ain't no Sunday school, why would you expect me to be in kid-friendly mode? That's why I relate with that little boy so much, because all you got is the people just shouting around you and you just sitting looking. Sunday school was canceled and or the Sunday school director and quit. And so you just sitting there watching the grown folks just act out. It's just catching the Holy Ghost. And so you begin to get into your own imagination about things. And now I'm in trouble about my imagination. You know, it's just a hot mess. It's just a whole complete hot mess. But nonetheless, hey, Tasha Talks Truth. Thank you for coming out. I haven't seen you in a while, but I appreciate you coming and stopping through. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get into one of the last things that I want to discuss. But does AOP or Zoe, do you have anything that you want to close out with or discuss?
Yes, I wanted to tell you thank you for having me on your platform, and I agree with what many things that you said, and I don't think all the content creators that said that she was arrested did it maliciously, and in particular to Black content creators or in creators in general, I don't think that they should demonize you guys for monetizing your platform. You know, like you mentioned about ABC and all the other networks, like what you guys do is of value. And that's all I have to say. And anyone who says otherwise is just, that's crazy, you know? But again, thank you.
No problem. Thank you. And I appreciate you recognizing that. Because like I said, when people watch ABC or the credible, we don't believe YouTubers anymore. Let's go to the whatever. When they watch ABC or NBC or whatever the case is, it's not like they had the ads on or they had the ads off. Or matter of fact, they shouldn't have commercials playing there. They're a way that they make money as well. But for some reason, we look at our own people, Black folk, looking at Black folk like you shouldn't be trying. And don't get me wrong, people shouldn't be trying to make money off of it by making up lies and bullshit. But to act like, don't go on commercial, don't this, don't that, like
That's silly because it's a legitimate platform. So
Right.
to tell someone not to have like any type of advertisement, that's just absurd. And we should stick together. You won't send an email to CBS or NBC and say, hey, you know, when you guys are discussing certain things, can you please not go to commercials or advertise anything? Like, come on. So if you wouldn't think to do that to CBS, do not do it to the content creators. That's crazy. It's silly.
And I don't see that in other communities. White is not the standard.
Yeah.
Black is not the standard. But I'm like, why should we be expected to stay a little bit broker?
Because we don't like to grow within our community for some reason. I don't know if it's internalized. I don't know. I don't want to go there. I don't want to open those can of worms.
Mm-hmm.
But it should not be done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I do appreciate you calling in and and saying what you have to say. Was that Zoe or AOP?
That was Zoe. And
With anything that you want to bounce off of. AOP, what are your closing thoughts?
Well, I don't have any closing thoughts. I just want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on your panel, and I want to thank your chat as well for being as kind. I'm so glad that I stumbled upon your page, and I'm a subscriber, and I look forward to seeing much more of your live. I am going to drop down now, but again, I thank you all.
No problem. I appreciate you coming up and just speaking in general, because I do think that you positively contributed to the conversation. So let's move on. Excuse me. Let's move into the final thing, which really should have been it really should have been the first thing. But honestly, I ain't even gonna hold you. The next time we hop on this Black News bus, this is going to be the first thing that we discuss. I ain't even gonna hold you. It's gonna be the first things. What I will tell you is I'm gonna give you a trigger warning and tell you to adjust your volume. Adjust your volume right now. I'm about to play a clip for you in which you need to adjust your volume. Okay. You could be cheating on your girlfriend right now. You could be like doing anything. It doesn't matter what you're doing. Wherever you laid up, whatever you're doing, whatever you ain't doing, adjust your volume. I'm about to play a video. I'm about to play a video for you right now, in which you definitely want to have your finger on the volume button. However, let me know your thoughts on it. Okay, hit thumbs up if you haven't already.
Silent night, holy night.
I hear you.
All
is calm. All is bright. Round your virgin mother and child. Rolex on your wrist, a plain Jane.
Ah, baby, it's the way that this dog. Listen, let everything that hath voice sing. Let's listen to. Do y'all want to hear the original? Because honestly, the dog does sing. Like, this dog really does sing.
silent night, holy night.
I hear you.
All
is calm. All is bright. Round your virgin mother and child. Rolex on your wrist, a plain Jane.
Baby, when I tell you this goddamn dog, do y'all want to hear the original? And do y'all want to hear the original? And when I say do you want to hear the original, keep your finger on the volume. I mean it. Keep your remote in your hand. Keep your finger on the volume, because this dog likes to sing. But can this dog sing? I don't know.
silent night, holy night. All
Okay. Baby, when I tell you that little Toquero Taco Bell sung his little fucking heart, he sung his little fucking heart out, his little corazon. He sung it. He sung it. I went on his page. No, I bitch, let me go to the bush. Hold on. This little cat, this cat gives his life to every song he sing, and I mean it. Oh my God. Let me get my life right.
It was gone.
Let me just go in the bush and weep. Let me just go in the bush and weep. I just have to go in the bush and weep. Really. I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand.
The voiceover is the voiceover is so much better than the actual video. Let's take a look. I like giving my little new. This cat, it's not a cat. Goddamn, Leo's a cat. The dog, he likes to sing, and he think he be hitting the shit. Like he think he Whitney Houston whole time. He's Jennifer Lopez. You know what I'm saying? Like. Look at the dog mouth in this voiceover. Right. Look. And see.
Silent night. Holy night.
I'm so sorry, but the art I hear you really fucking cracks me up. Alright, I hear you.
Silent night. Holy night.
I hear you.
Oh,
All in calm. Holy bright. Round your virgin mother and child.
No!
Rolex on your wrist, a plain Jane.
Because
silent night.
Because why would it be any other way if I love Jesus? I love Jesus, so why would it be any other way? Ah!
Holy night. Oh.
Oh, not him singing. He's singing, and he mean it, and he's singing, and he means it. Woo! This dog really like he really like Oh, I just got Nene Leaks in my little glass because he really singing. Like he No, and I mean it because I went to him and his on this page because me and Leo we got a low on page, but it's not really giving. Me and Leo page not giving. We suck. Me and Leo page we suck. But this person and they page, the cat be singing. Matter of fact, I can pull it up. I can pull it up for you. Let me see. How can I? How am I? You guys. Mm-hmm. Oh wait. Oh, I can go. Okay. So, wait a minute. Not the peacock. It's called a peacock. Drag chicken. Oh, keep it crazy. What am I going to? I'm going to the cat sitting here. Look, Leo, I'm losing weight. Like, what's really one-on-one?
It was gone.
Let me just go in the bush and weep. Let me just go in the bush and weep. I just have to go in the bush and weep. Really. I don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand.
Let me go to the page. Because y'all need to understand that this is not just this cat. It be happening all the time. What's the page called? Casper and okay, Casper and Pam. Okay, let's look for that. And so that y'all can see it's not just see, because it's the crab that's on that Casper. It's so easy to get distracted for me. Oh my God, I hate how easy it is to get distracted. But I do have to remind you about the crabs. What's my page now? Let me.
Look. Why is the crab on the floor?
Cause he fell out the floor. He will not let go. He won't let go. Oh, you son of a bitch, you. Oh, he almost got me. Ooh. Bye, bitch. Yeah, come on, look. It's time to go. It's time to go. I said it's time to go. Let go of this thing. Let go. God damn it. He really holding. Come on now. He is holding on for.
So here you go. This is the proof that he really don't just be like singing for no reason. Like this dog really be out here giving the flex.
Casper, I want to sing in my own little corner, but I want to sing it by myself. Okay? In my own little corner, in my own little chair, I can be whatever I want to be. With the wings of and the world.
Okay.
Me.
Okay.
Casper, I want to sing in my own little corner.
And this is what I'm trying to say. That's the point that I'm trying to give you all. See, that is a song. Does anybody know where that song is from? I'm gonna keep quiet until anybody knows. I know I'm having a good time. It's the weekend. Anybody know where that song is from? Because Casper liked to sing. That's his name. His name is Casper. Anybody know where that song is from? And it's not a 1 or 2 in the chat. No, where's that song from? Oh, I see. Anybody know where the song is from? And does anybody know the whole song? I see it ain't really, kind of sort of ain't no whole bunch of people that really know who the song is. Anybody got the lyrics? Anybody? In my own little corner, in my own little chair, I can be whoever I want to be. But as long as I stay in my own little corner, all alone, in my own little. Child, when I tell you Cinderella was in her own little bag, when they came to what she was and wasn't willing to accept. I'm a princess when I'm... Don't get me started. Because if I pull up because I know all the lyrics, but if I pull them up, it's done. It's a done move. That stepmother was so mean, though. Oh my gosh, she was horrible. Horrible. Not somebody saying, "Oh, it's okay." No, because if I want to sing what was going on with Brandy, then I must sing.
Silent night, holy night.
I hear you.
Oh,
All is calm. All is bright. Round your virgin mother and child. Rolex on your wrist, a plain Jane.
I can't.
silent night, holy night. Oh.
Singing. Period. Singing. And tell that dog he wasn't doing what needs to be done. And I dare you, because we can fight. I call in to tell me that dog wasn't doing what needed to be did. I dare you. Because we can fight. He did what needed to be done. And that's on period.
Silent night, holy night.
I hear you.
All
is calm. All is bright. Round your virgin mother and child.
Well, all right.
Rolex on your wrist, a plain Jane.
Let me just go ahead and pause his ass because he just, we're just about to play. So what's going on? What's really going on? It's definitely giving J-Lo. It's definitely giving J-Lo. Let me tell you this. We will be discussing Wednesday members only in general. So just to clarify that, right? Like we've got members only, and then we've got like the Addams family. The Addams family has this little spinoff, and I ain't gonna lie, it's a cool spinoff. It's a little cool spinoff. And it's called Wednesday because they have a daughter named Wednesday. Child, when I tell you I watched it and I was beyond impressed. That's the most I'll say, and I'll just leave it at there. It was so good. We're going to be discussing that tomorrow on the members only. We're also going to be discussing skincare on members only tomorrow, today, whatever you want to consider it as well. I'm really excited to talk about Wednesday because Wednesday was a trip of her. Like Wednesday was a trip of her own. She just never thought that she would evolve in the way that she did. But she did, and that's all I will say about that. Watch Wednesday if you haven't already. Just keep in mind we will be definitely discussing that tomorrow. Let me see if there is anything else. It's on Netflix. So yeah, Wednesday is on Netflix if you haven't seen it already. Wednesday was and let me keep it a buck with you. I didn't even see Wednesday like in its entirety, in its originality. All I know about Netflix is the surface level bullcrap about their existence. Like they're nocturnal. They like stuff that. So it's not like you have to be caught up on it's not like you have to be caught up and have some sort of super hyper focus, whatever, in order to understand. Because I understood nothing going into it, but woo, coming out to it so much better than what you call it, France. Anyway, long story short, it's really good. I hope that you all watch it. So that is that. Just keep in mind, we will be backstage before we are out in front of everybody. I love you all. We'll be backstage talking about backstage things and people. If you are familiar with our backstage situation, you already know that there is some existing info on the page that you can laugh at or not, but baby, it's pretty goddamn funny. Are there any points that I'm missing right now? It doesn't seem like it. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to play our commercial right now. This is a bit of a longer commercial, but I'm gonna play it. Let me know if you feel anything that I am missing. Child, if I could find it first, this would make a much smoother transition. Oh, you know what? I do need to talk about Leo, though. So that is something. I got like about 5 Leo videos I need to show you all. Leo, get down. Get down. It's not a thank you, because it's not a question. Yeah, he definitely thinks it's a question. But I'm trying to peek a little bit. It seems I'm missing a bit. This is interesting, but I'll keep looking.
It's Pam. Pamela James.
Girl, you have got to tell me about your night last night.
Same mess. Time and time again. What the fuck?
It's crazy, man. It's like women after women. Draws after draws, dog. GTD. Yeah.
You shouldn't give up so easily, Pam. You never know. You might find something that's forever. Like me and my Martin.
Like Martin?
You know what? I'm worried about her. I want to see her with someone special. She deserves that.
I'm the love doctor, Tommy. All right. Sometimes love is right where you never expect it. Sometimes love's in your face.
You know what, Pam? Search our whole life looking for a friend. Soulmate.
But Tommy, we can't do this. We're friends.
But what if we came so much more?
We can't tell Martin and Gina about this.
Is something different?
Nope.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Something is up. I know when my girl is hiding something from me.
Tommy, what are you doing here?
Came to bring these here.
I'm the happiest I've ever been.
I'm happy for you, Pam. But what about Cole?
Girl, so what? Everybody hates Cole.
I'm telling you better. Girl, he's not so bad. You gotta figure out a way to tell him. Girl, something is wrong.
Get out my face!
Get your ass up, Cole.
Do you even know if Tommy has a job? What does he do for a living?
Why can't you ever tell me the truth, Tommy?
Look, Pam, you don't need to know everything.
Then I can't trust you. What are we doing?
Do you know how exhausting it is for everybody to see me as a joke? I'm sick of this shit.
I don't know what he's gonna do. I don't know what he's gonna do, Pam.
Season 5, Tommy. What the fuck does this even mean?
We boys, right?
We always gonna be boys.
It's Pam.
Pamela James.
And so we're back. I was watching Andrew Caldwell earlier today, and he was saying he's such a strong man, and he can be with Kim Kardashian, he can father North. This is
Anyway.
Y'all already know what time it is. I'm going to see you all, I would say tomorrow, but later today is more football going on, more sports going on, and that is where we are. Child, I really thought I was going to be able to talk about a lot of things in this video, but I am grateful for the what do you call it? A lot of people participating. I'm grateful for the engagement and the people who felt it necessary and or participated in today's situation. I love you all. I appreciate y'all. Make sure you stay beautiful, black, and blessed, and I'll catch you in the next video.
But that's it. If you want to catch more of my commentary on Black culture or vital and trending information, be sure to subscribe by hitting that little circle in the middle of the screen, or I'll catch you in one of these rectangles to the right in another video. I'll see you there.